Killing me, man. Keep it going. Full energy, man. Some of us have already hit them before the meeting.
Tell her thank you.
No. Well, we're going to go into the administrative. He set up the order. He doesn't stay in the closed session.
No.
I guess he does. Yeah.
I can see him saying it.
Oh.
Okay, I'll take it.
I'm leaving my briefcase.
Can we call this meeting to order?
Excuse me. We're going to call this meeting to order 5:30 on June 16th. Roll call, please. Councilmember Bracco.
Here.
Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Here.
Councilmember Hilton.
Here.
Councilmember Marks.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Here votes no. Here. Item number 2.
Okay, there are 2 closed sessions today. The first one is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Gilroy Code 17A11-2, name, title, Jimmy Forbes, City Administrator. Second closed session is conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to Paragraph 1, Subdivision D, Government Code Section 54956.9, Gilroy City Code 17A11-3A, Gandolfi Investments v. City of Gilroy, Superior Court, case number on the agenda, filed July 26, 2024. So the first thing we need to do is take public comment. Is there any public?
No speakers this time.
Then I have to advise you with respect to number 2 that, in my opinion, it would prejudice the position of the city to discuss it in open session, and therefore I advise us to go into closed session on item 2.2, and we need a vote on that issue. We can just do a show of hands. Okay, the vote is unanimous to go into closed session. We will now adjourn to closed session. When we get in closed session, the first item is to vote again on item 2.1, whether to stay in closed session, and that will be a reportable action. So we're now adjourned to closed session. session.
Okay, thank you for your patience, everybody. We're back in session from a special closed session meeting this evening.
Right, and thank you. There is no reportable action from the closed session, so it's appropriate now to adjourn the special meeting and then open the regular meeting.
Okay, are we looking for a roll call on adjourning this
Just
session?
pound the gavel.
Okay, all right.
All right.
All right, so call to order to the regular meeting, 6:32 on June 16th. And we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Hilton, and then we'll do it. Please remain standing for invocation by Pastor Greg Kirk.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. Let's pray. Well, Father, tonight we're first grateful for bringing up and honoring some new personnel with our police and fire departments. I also pray your continued blessing on our new police chief, Ken Bender, and our fire chief, Rob Flea. I also pray for unity in our nation. I pray an end to the rioting and the suppression to those whose motives are violent. Let us all seek humility and graciousness with our fellow man. Protect our law enforcement, fire, and military in harm's way tonight. Let them hear the roar of a country that is grateful to them as they proudly wear the uniform and keep our community safe. Bring them home safely to their families at the end of their shift. And of course, we also pray for wisdom on our council tonight as they lead our community. We lift all these things up in your name. Amen.
Item 1.4, City Clerk's posting of the agenda, please.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Friday, June 13th at 2:44 p.m.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Here.
Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Here.
Councilmember Hilton.
Here.
Councilmember Marks.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Bozo.
Here. We have orders of the day. We have none, and I am going to. So next is 1.7, employee introductions. I'm going to skip over that. Sorry, employees. Just need a few more minutes. And I would like to jump right to ceremonial items because I know we have some young folks here today, and there's a good chance that they do not want to sit through this really long meeting. So I'm going to give them a chance to do the proclamation, and then they have an opportunity to leave right after the proclamation if they want. If you guys want to stick around for some civics, please do. Okay. All right. You need some extra credit? Okay. Okay. So just a reminder on the way the proclamation works. I'm going to go up, read the proclamation. We're going to have the first two folks come on up. I'll award the proclamation. Please hold on, you guys, if you don't mind. And then I'll do the next proclamation, and we would like to get photos with council in the first group, and then photos in the council in the second group. So... Okay, so today, this first proclamation is for Don Gage. And to receive the proclamation for Don Gage is his daughter Therese and her husband today. Thank you very much for coming in, you guys. Appreciate it. Whereas Don Gage has demonstrated exceptional commitment and dedication to the Gilroy community through decades of public service, holding key leadership roles and representing the citizens of Gilroy with integrity, vision, and unwavering resolve. And whereas Don Gage began his public service as a Gilroy City Council member from 1981 to 1991, during which time he contributed to numerous initiatives that enriched the lives of residents and promoted the well-being and dignity of every member of the city. And whereas he continued to serve the community as mayor of Gilroy from 1991 to 1997, guiding the city through transformative years with steadfast leadership and a commitment to fostering economic development, opportunities for youth, and community well-being. And whereas Don Gage returned to serve as mayor of Gilroy from 2013 to 2015, once again providing his expertise and dedication to the community. leaving a legacy of thoughtful governance and impactful decision-making. And whereas Don Gage broadened his public service, furthering his impact on the Gilroy community as a Santa Clara County Supervisor from 1997 to 2010, and Santa Clara Valley Water District Director from 2010 to 2012, demonstrating his bipartisanship approach and who was objective, fair, and effective. And whereas his decades of public service have left an indelible mark on the Gilroy community, reflecting his passion for improving the quality of life for residents of all ages and his enduring commitment to civic engagement and leadership. And whereas this proclamation is issued posthumously as a testament to the respect and admiration of the Gilroy community, which will be forever grateful for Don Gage's leadership, vision, and service. Now, therefore, I, Greg Bozo, Mayor of the City of Gilroy, and on behalf of the entire City Council, employees, and residents of Gilroy, do hereby recognize and honor Don Gage for his extraordinary service as a Gilroy City Council member and Mayor. We extend our deepest gratitude for his significant contributions to the community, his tireless dedication to the betterment of Gilroy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the elected speaker for the family, apparently. Thank you for having us. Jeannie Gage wanted to apologize for not being able to attend tonight and wanted to express her sincere gratitude for this acknowledgement for Don. Don loved this community, he loved the people here, and he loves serving. So thank you again.
Why don't you come up, Dan? Why don't you come up, Dan? Okay, thanks for coming up, you guys. Here's the next City of Gilroy proclamation. Whereas the City of Gilroy has a rich history and tradition of wrestling dating back decades with deep roots in generations of families committed to the impact the sport can have on changing lives for the better. And whereas the Gilroy Hawks Wrestling Club laid the foundation for the success of wrestling in Gilroy, founded by Charlie Morales in 1969, and continued by impactful coaches looking to make a difference in the lives of Gilroy youth. And whereas Gilroy High Wrestling has established itself as the premier high school wrestling program in the Central Coast section with 26 CCS titles, including the last 22 consecutive championships, and a perennial top 10 team in the California State Champions. Whereas the success of Gilroy High Wrestling was due to the large part to the hard work, dedication, and leadership of 11 legendary head coaches throughout the years, including Art Baxter, Coach Holstein, Roy Hall, George Ozuna, Tim Kerr, Charles Ogle, Dan Chade, Armando Gonzalez, Greg Varela, and Daniel Cormier, as well as countless assistant coaches. And whereas the 2024-25 Gilroy High School Wrestling Team continued the tradition of excellence, winning both Blossom Valley Athletic League and Central Coast Section Championship, followed by a third-place finish in the state champions. Whereas Gilroy High set the record in 2024 for the most individual CIF state championships ever, correctly, in the state of California, including Isaiah Cortez, Moses Mendoza, Elijah Cortez, Daniel Zepeda, and Tyler Ease. Additionally, other individual CIF state medalists include Tamara Grace, Travis Grace, Kaleo Garcia, and Jocelyn Mendoza, and Sarai Cortez. And therefore, I, Greg Bozo, Mayor of the City of Gilroy, on the 16th day of June, 2025, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the success of the 2024-25 Gilroy High Wrestling Team to the community for maintaining the Gilroy tradition of exceptional performance in the sport of wrestling. Thank you.
All right, guys. This team has been tremendous.
I see Villarreal right here is a guy who wrestled for me my very first year coaching at Gilroy High. They were tremendous. This team has elevated this program. They have been inside the top 15 in the country for the last 6 years. Here we have Jocelyn Mendoza, Tamara Grace, who's been a 3-time state place winner. She's going to Southern Oregon. The Cortez twins, they were first as sophomores and seniors, third as juniors and freshmen. They're both going to Cornell. Travis Grace is committed to Oregon State. He's ranked number 3 in the country right now. Khalil Garcia is going to be a senior next year. Right now, while we're here, there's a coach from Arkansas Little Rock at the school waiting for Khalil. And tomorrow, a coach from the University of Columbia University comes to visit Khalil Garcia. Daniel Zepeda was a 3-time state champion. He left today to go to North Carolina State. Tyler Ice was a state champion. He left last week to go to Nebraska. These kids have done some tremendous things, and they are proud to represent our city. I love this city so much. Before we go, I want to say one thing. The people in this town love wrestling, and the families, Cortez, Mendoza, Zepeda, Grace, all families, they love Gilroy and they love wrestling so much that we had a set of people. The mom sitting right there, she can tell you that it's the truth. They had twins. The intention was to name them Gil and Roy. Yes. But then one was a girl, and we settled on Jocelyn. Thank you guys so much. All right, we appreciate you guys so much. We love this town. Thank you guys.
Don't go away. The counselor's going to come down here.
Yeah.
You guys will come in, and we'll get a photo on here. Okay? Come on in.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Nice job.
Thank you. We settled on Jocelyn. Make sure everybody can see. What you want to get rid of? Let's spot it again. Thank you guys.
Kurt, Therese? All right, man. Have a great trip. All right, I'll see you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. Now we're going to jump back to item number 1.7. That is employee introductions. We're going to start with administration department. I think Bryce is going to do some introductions. All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's with great pleasure that I have 2 employees to introduce to you tonight. First is Kylie Katsuyoshi. Kylie was recently promoted to management analyst trainee in the administration department. Kylie began her career in the city of Gilroy as a part-time office assistant in the public works department, where we quickly stole her over to administration. As a management assistant, where she served for a year before beginning her current role. Prior to joining the city of Gilroy, Kylie worked for the city of Morgan Hill in the recreation department, where she found her passion for public service. Public service is deeply rooted in her family, as both her parents and grandparents also serve in the public sector. Kylie holds a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration with a double major in Marketing and Management from the University of Denver. While at the university, she was a student athlete and a member of the Division I women's swimming and diving team. We're excited to see Kylie grow in her new role and making valuable contributions to the city of Gilroy. So please help me welcome Kylie.
Good evening, everyone, City Council, members of the community, city staff. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to continue serving the city of Gilroy and the community where I live. I really enjoyed working in the administration department over the last year, and I'm very excited to continue making positive contributions. Thank you.
Next is Stefan. Stefan is a Gilroy native. Began working for the city in June of 2024 in a part-time capacity, starting at the information desk and handling frontline customer service for the city. Over the years, Stefan consistently demonstrated exceptional level of professionalism and adaptability as he served multiple different departments in different roles. Whether assisting customers, resolving challenges, or contributing to our internal environment with positivity and enthusiasm, he has exemplified the qualities we value. Stefan brings a robust professional background, having served in sales at State Farm Insurance and Stryker. These roles have cultivated in him a proactive, customer-oriented approach and strong interpersonal communication skills, which align with the demands and the expectations of administration, especially in his new role as management assistant in the administration department. Outside the workplace, Stefan is a devoted father to his daughter Emery and son Caleb. He is also an avid music enthusiast with a long-standing passion for performance and currently participating in a local music group which performs at various venues throughout the community. A lifelong resident, Stefan takes great pride in serving the city he calls home. Please help me welcome Stefan.
Thank you all. Gilroy native for over 30 plus years, right? And so I now get to work for the same city that raised me, and I raised my children in as well. And it's been incredible to see behind the scenes here at City Hall just the amount of people that truly care about this city that I care about. And so thank you all. Appreciate you. And thank you for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to continue to make an impact. So thank you.
Next employee introduction will be coming from the Community Development Department, and that'll be Sharon.
Glad this got raised, I guess. I don't know. I have to stand on my tiptoe. Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and members of the community. I'm Sharon Goey, Community Development Director. Tonight, I'm happy to introduce to you our new planning manager, Michael Fasadi. Michael comes to us with over 20 years of experience in planning, serving as the planner for the city of Milpitas, Saratoga, and San Carlos. He has led development projects, entitlement process, and build-out process for over 100 development projects. He has a master's degree in urban and regional planning from San Jose State. He's a certified planner. With his extensive experience in project management, customer service, and CEQA review, Michael brings with him a wealth of experience and expertise that will elevate our team. And on top of that, his wife has worked for Community Solutions for over 20 years, so he has an affinity for Gilroy. Please join me in welcoming Michael.
Good evening, Council. Director Goey stated my name, Michael Fasadi. I'd like to share my gratitude with the Council, the administration, and the Gilroy community. I've been here for about 2 weeks, going on 3, and I've gotten a chance to walk around downtown and other places like Christmas Hill Park, and I've met some fantastic people, both business owners and residents. I'm really honored to be an employee for the city, and I hope I can provide the services you expect from a planning manager. Thank you for your time.
The next will be for Gilroy Fire, and introducing the new employee from Gilroy Fire will be Arlen Summers.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and community. It's my honor to introduce Christopher Glum. He's one of our new hires. He was raised in Watsonville as part of a large family with 5 siblings. He's coached youth flag football, raced BMX bikes, spent time farming, and takes care of his girlfriend's horse. He became an emergency medical technician, EMT, in 2010 and taught EMT at Cabrillo College. He became a medic in 2023 and worked in Hollister and Santa Cruz. He began with the department for approximately about 4 months ago, where he completed his FTO, and he's been at our Chestnut Fire Station. He's working through his 18-month probationary time period with the department. Since that time, he's a pretty good cook. He's done he loves sushi, but he hasn't made sushi yet. But he's done some great. He loves red sauces and Italian food, so it's good. So he's a good cook, good person, and has a great strong work ethic. Outside of work, he's committed to maintaining a healthy and active lifestyle in his free time. He also values quality time with family and friends, and especially enjoys taking his dog to the beach and spending time in the ocean along the Santa Cruz coast. May I introduce Chris Plum?
I'm an okay cook. I'm not that good at it. Mayor, council, thank you guys for allowing me to serve this community. I appreciate it. It's very similar to my home in Watsonville. I was born and raised there, so I'm very similar with the community. I would also like to thank my crew for training me to the Gilroy Fire Department excellence. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Okay, next we have new employees at Gilroy Police Department, and they will be introduced by Chief Binder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the City Council. It's my honor to introduce three of your newest employees for the city that are working within the police department. First up, we have Matt Latshaw. He is originally from Vancouver, Washington, not British Columbia, but Vancouver, Washington. And he's lived in this area for about 3 years. Prior to joining us in the city of Gilroy, he was employed with the city of Watsonville. He was a police officer over there, and we're fortunate to be getting him as a lateral transfer. We don't have to send him through the police academy again, which is nice. Before becoming a police officer, he also served in the U.S. Navy as a logistics specialist, second class on board of the USS Abraham Lincoln. He spent 5 years there, and he did 2 different deployments. And with the Navy, he met his wife down in San Diego. And then after that, they moved up to the Watsonville area where her family is from. They currently have a 9-month-old daughter, and they have a 9-year-old dog that acts as their second child. So, Matthew?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, council. I just want to say that I'm very appreciative for the opportunity given, and I hope to make an impact in the community. And just thank you again for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Next up, we have Madison Ruelas. She is a public safety dispatcher communicator. So she's a Gilroy native, and she began her career in the local service industry, where she developed strong customer service skills and a deep connection to the community. While earning her bachelor degree in psychology from UCLA, she continued working in customer-facing roles, further strengthening her ability to support and communicate with others. Upon returning to Gilroy, Madison continued her dedication to public service through part-time work as a psychologist assistant and as a substitute teacher in the Gilroy Unified School District. She joined the police department as a public safety communicator trainee in March of this year, and she became a full-time public safety communicator in May. Madison comes from a family of public servants. Her father is in law enforcement for the past 24 years, which instilled a deep respect and admiration in her for public safety personnel. She's excited to begin this new chapter in her public safety career and looks forward to giving back to the community that she calls home. Her passion for helping others and her commitment to service make her a very valuable addition to our team.
Hello. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chief. I just want to say I'm super grateful for this opportunity. I'm excited to serve my community I grew up in, and I'm really committed to giving Gilroy citizens the best service possible, as well as our first responders. So thank you.
And last and very far from least, we have Aisha Sandoval. Aisha grew up in Gilroy in a very family-oriented environment as an only child. but she has many cousins and aunts whom she is very close with and who almost felt like siblings while she was growing up. Her father immigrated from Oaxaca, Mexico, and her mother was born in Bakersfield, but she grew up in Gilroy here. Aisha began her work experience in retail at the Gilroy Outlets Shoe Palace, where she worked for 3 years and left as an assistant manager in 2024. Shortly thereafter, she was hired as an intern with the Gilroy Police Department to work with the South County Youth Task Force, where she stayed for 1 year. She started her community service officer process in October of 2024 and was officially brought on this month. In fact, I swore her and Matt on my first day just a couple weeks ago. We all got sworn in together. Aisha attended Christopher High School and received a scholarship to play in Division II soccer at Holy Names University in Oakland. She later transferred to Hartnell College and graduated with an Associate of Science degree in Administration of Justice. She's currently attending San Jose State University and majoring in Justice Studies. In her free time, Aisha loves being outdoors with her family and her Siberian Husky named Canelo. She also loves playing soccer for fun and do-it-yourself arts and crafts projects. Though she's not sure it's a good hobby to have, she does like shopping, specifically around October, as Halloween is her favorite holiday. Aisha?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time, members of the community and everyone on the City Council. I just want to say I was born and raised in Gilroy. I love Gilroy. It's all I've ever known. I plan to stay here my whole life, and I fell in love with police work, so I'm excited to give back to Gilroy what it gave to me growing up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 3, presentations to council. 3.1, presentation of the annual report from Visit Gilroy. Frank Johnson.
Hello, Mayor, Council, Jimmy Forbes, and the Gilroy community. Thank you for this opportunity to give an update on Visit Gilroy for 2025. Visit Gilroy is the Visitors and Tourism Bureau for Gilroy. Our mission is to be enhances the image and economic well-being of the city of Gilroy by taking leadership role in promoting, marketing, and facilitating the use of the entire Gilroy region, the regional partnerships, and as a viable overnight visitor destination to generate revenue, jobs, and taxes. Also, as a part of that, we maintain the California Welcome Center at Gilroy. There's actually 23 California Welcome Centers, and Gilroy's lucky to have one of them. We have 1 full-time manager and 4 part-time staff. We're open every day except for Christmas and Thanksgiving. You see our board members there. They all represent members of the tourism community, and we're very happy to have them volunteer for us and their time and talents. Visit Gilroy has had a few different, creative initiatives and community programs this year. We had a voucher program for the hotels that if they forego having their room cleaned, they get a free cup of coffee at Camino Coffee. And that's sort of, it's a win-win for a lot of people. The hotels look good by offering it. We're saving some water, and it's getting some people downtown. So that's a fun program that we're proud of. Also, we had to help alleviate parking concerns during the Gourmet Alley construction. We had a $10 voucher program. If you lived within 20 miles of Gilroy, you get $10 off to go to downtown Gilroy. And that was a good program. That was for a number of reasons, not just to alleviate the parking, but to help train people that ride share is a good thing. It's a good tool to get downtown and keep people safe. And we had vouchers for 177 trips and a little over $1,500. Also this year, Visit Gilroy for a long time has had the very popular taco trail, but we're pretty proud this year we launched a new mural trail, which has pin drops on our website where people can click on the little pin drop and have a little recap of the mural as well as a photograph of the mural. So it's just another way to celebrate our arts and culture in our downtown. We also have a new ale trail, which there's 3 breweries downtown, but there's tap rooms that stretch out down First Street all the way out to Pops and West Side Grill. So that's also a good complement to our taco trail. Now, part of the Welcome Center, last year we had our workers spoke Spanish, Japanese, Hindi, and of course English. All that helped welcome members of our travel community. Visit California. You see that kiosk there on the extreme right, offered a kiosk like that to just a select few locations, and Gilroy is proud enough to get one of those. And that's a nice full-size kiosk where tourists can go and get information about their road trip, being right off of Highway 101, and also Gilroy itself. Although our walk-in numbers are down over previous year, our sales are up a bit simply because our manager has done a fantastic job of deciding what items to carry and what items to promote and keeping on top of that. Visit Gilroy's advertising and marketing outreach. A few of our more notable ones, we partnered in a co-op with the City of Gilroy and the Gilroy Chamber of Commerce and took out ads in the San Jose Mercury News to help just promote Gilroy up in San Jose a little bit more to get more people down to Gilroy. That's a market for us to maybe not as much overnight, but it's good for us to get to tap into that market as much as we can. Also, I think a lot of Gilroy people kind of overlook it that Pinnacles is only an hour away, and our hotels report that we actually get a lot of traffic from people staying at the Pinnacles. It's an hour away, may sound like a lot, but when you're traveling from Germany to come to California, Gilroy makes a good destination, a good budget-friendly destination to go to places like that. We also went to a couple trade shows. Last year, the Bay Area Travel Show had over 9,000 people at it. We had a booth for Gilroy, and it was extremely successful, especially at educating people that the East Bay stands out to me, people from like Livermore, Dublin, and Danville who never really thought of Gilroy as a place to stop, and I know we changed a lot of minds and turned people into Gilroy believers. And we do a lot of social media boosts on our different festivals and programming and events. Something a little different this year is we've embraced regional events a little bit more. For example, both the San Juan Bautista Rib Cook-Off and the Renaissance Fair attract over between 40 and 70,000 people each, and they're only 15 miles away. So I kind of treated those like a neighborhood just outside of Gilroy, and that was successful. Our hotels did report that we did get more people from the Renaissance Fair. The one reel there, you should see the little screenshot of, we hired some Renaissance actors to go downtown and frolic downtown Gilroy, eating tacos and bowling and having a good time, and it was a very popular reel. And the San Juan Rib Cook-Off, the San Juan Bautista Rib Cook-Off is a 3-day affair where go eat your ribs, have a good time, but stay in Gilroy. You can see also the map is pretty prominent. We're always promoting Gilroy as a hub. Our Welcome Center does say that people do come and stay in Gilroy to save a few bucks. The money they save in Gilroy, they can use to go to that aquarium in Monterey or spend the day at Santa Cruz. So 45 miles away or so, Gilroy is a good, viable hub. The most exciting thing we worked on this year, I think, is our new website and branding. The direction we gave to the design team was to have a more assertive logo. If you recall, the logo we used to have was all cursive, and it was usually in white. wanted something that was a little more assertive and confident. We really thought about maybe is it time to retire the garlic. We talked about it and thought, no, not quite yet. We want to kind of keep that as part of our logo. So I really like that little red garlic bug is really nice. We just ordered new T-shirts and hats. We're going to have at the Welcome Center here soon, so look forward to getting those out. And notice those that little hill motif we incorporate in all of our social media because that just evokes the feeling of Gilroy. And those, I call them the florens, those kind of like little flower imagery, that was inspired by downtown tiles and downtown motifs, edifices in the buildings. So it has kind of a nod to culture, has a nod to history, and every element of the branding and the logo makes sense, and they're there for a reason. Last time I presented at council, there was a question about how easy is it for people with other languages to access our website, and with the old website it wasn't, but this one it is. We have it in several different languages, including 2 Chinese dialects, of course Spanish, and 2 different Indian dialects, and it's just sort of a click of a button. You can easily change the language on the website. We also have, I think it's for the first time, we have some collateral in Spanish, where Mexico is our number one supplier of travelers internationally, and most of them speak English. Almost all of them do that travel, but it's nice. It's just polite to have some information in their own language. It just shows respect, and it's something nice to do, and they like seeing it. So we're proud of that. If you see up there where it says book your stay, that's a really fun widget on our website where, say, for example, if somebody is reviewing the Gilroy Rodeo, they can book a room right from that page. Or if they're looking at the Renaissance Fair, they can book a room right from our page. And that's being used. The data analysis from that says that people are actually clicking on it quite a bit. So previously you would have to go to a whole different menu. So the new website has a lot of features that make it easier and more engaging. And I'll just show a few things here. But you can see as you scroll down the website that it's just vibrant, engaging again. This feed updates, so it updates as often as we post on Instagram and Facebook, so to keep it alive and fresh. One of the things I really like about this website is it's very business friendly. We have business listings for all of our tourism partners, which, of course, the wineries, the restaurants, the places downtown, the shops, and we have close to 400 listings. So that we built and we maintained. So we have a photograph of just about every tourism-related business in town, which I think is absolutely wonderful, which it gives a voice to our community. And if you're thinking of coming to Gilroy, how could you not look at this and just be inspired by how much there is to do and see and eat? Our blog is very successful. It drives a lot of organic traffic. That's my personal favorite of the winery dogs of the Santa Clara Valley. And events is very prominent on our page, so you can click on that and it'll go to all our calendar events. Now, I'll just show you something here real quick. I mentioned restaurants. I'm going to click on restaurants, and you see that probably more restaurants than your average Gilroy resident would realize, but we have 88 restaurants in there. And I can click on these, and most of them have a number of images and also have a link to their site and their phone number and their contact information. So it drives local business as well as makes Gilroy enticing. And we have the same sort of areas for sweets and treats, garlic dining, and all the other fun stuff. Our annual events. Again, there's the book your stay, so when people are reading about an individual event, they can easily navigate to a room and find other things to do in California or in Gilroy that are fun. This is a glimpse of what's upcoming this year. This year is really exciting. I wish I could give you this year's report this year, because we have a lot of fun things coming up. You know, we talk about Gilroy as a hub. Great. It's always been a hub. But we're working on something new here that we're calling the Bay Area Garlic-Town Loop, that I think for the first time it really puts Gilroy in a Bay Area context. Sure. You fly into San Francisco, you can drive down Highway 101, you go to iconic locations, bucket list items like Santa Cruz and Monterey. But guess what? By the time you spend 3 or 4 days doing that, having unparalleled Mexican food, recreation destination, a nice downtown, beautiful family-run wineries, which are the antidote to some of the bigger cities that don't have that kind of small-town feeling. Gilroy really fits in there, and I think that's something that we've been searching for a long time, is just how we can make sense within the Bay Area context. I've also ran this by the leaders at San Francisco, Santa Cruz, and Monterey, which are the big monsters of DMOs in California, and they, quote, love the idea. Visit California has also taken an interest in this. So this just came out, and I look forward to seeing what it's going to do, because it really is a good way to work with our partners and to give context to Gilroy. It's more active than saying we're a hub. It's actually giving some people something to do. Challenges. Canadian travel is pretty much shut off, or at least been greatly impugned. I haven't seen any numbers on the travel from Mexico, which was our top partner, but the geopolitical uncertainty, it will be an issue. I can't say that drinking less beer and wine is certainly a good thing, but you know, that's part of our pedestals, and the wineries are going to be hurting from less people drinking wine. But our downtown, I have been in Gilroy 2.5 years. The downtown has really bounded back. It's something that's much closer to charming than it was. It's beautiful. So we have a lot of great events. We're leveraging the regional events. This week, we have video crews coming into town to refresh our video assets. We haven't had professional video shot and photography shot in Gilroy for many years. So we're going to get just a beautiful new repository of imagery that we can't wait to use to promote Gilroy over the next year. So a lot of things to look forward to, and I'm here for your questions.
Any questions for Frank? No, Frank, great present. Oh, go ahead.
I'll just provide some feedback. The Visit Gilroy board was one of my favorite boards to be a part of. But just thank you for always challenging yourself and for thinking outside the box and going for something bigger. And the direction that the website is taking and all the social media talents that you brought to the organization really shine. And oftentimes for people that don't know much about Gilroy, rather than trying to sit there and pitch anything, I'll usually just ping them over the website and let them browse through it. So thanks for capturing all that stuff as well.
Oh, thank you. I just honestly feel fortunate to live in such a community. There's so much to celebrate. It's one of the easiest jobs I've had in that sense, where there's a lot to talk about, and we're very lucky.
I'll just comment on the website. It looks great, and I know you put a lot of work into it, and I know not everyone loved your ideas at first, so you stuck with it. So great job. So thanks a lot for coming in tonight.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks, Frank. Okay, moving on to item 3.2, public comments by members of the public on items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter of the jurisdiction of City Council.
Yes, Mayor, Council, we have 5 speakers at this time. First is John Pena, followed by Robert Butler.
Thought this minute would never come, but I do not live here, but I've worked with this city for many, many years. I worked in this in the 90s, back when you guys had this wonderful program that helped a lot of people realize a dream. I worked for South County Housing, and I had part in helping over 100 people get a home through Sweat Equity Homes. And so I feel I've been in construction for 50 years, and I live in San Jose. I've never seen such a program, so I think you guys are awesome down here. But what I'm down here tonight for is as was said in the allegiance, fair for all, equity for all. I've learned that the people that own these food trucks can no longer work down here and sell their food, even though they are trying to provide for their family. I recently saw them now. They're out off of Maston, which is not in Santa Clara County. They are now paying $700 a month to try to make a living for their families. And they're dropping like flies because nobody goes out there, not like they used to do here. So my question to you guys is, because I'm not a lawyer, I'm a business owner just trying to make it. I feel that now, since you guys have said, or the city or whoever said that people can't sell food on the street, I'm trying to realize now that must mean that the little girl who's on the corner selling cookies or lemonade is the same person who doesn't have a city license, who doesn't have a food, somebody who's come in and made sure that her food's not contaminated. I feel like now she can't do that anymore. Or I feel like the girls that sell Girl Scout cookies, they can no longer do that because the city now has said, you cannot sell food on the street. Or the people that, not even food, I'm just thinking about the people that for a donation basis, I saw it last weekend, that are out here washing cars on private property. I'm trying to figure out in my mind, they can't do that anymore. Even though it's not in your laws, but I'm thinking that these people that can't sell their food on public property or even on private property, it's not equal across the board. And I know you're not going to answer that. You're going to answer that but I mean, from a legal standpoint, I believe that they have a legal right to sell their food just like the little girl selling lemonade. And so I want you folks to think about that. I don't know who makes those decisions, but these people are honest-hearted people. I don't know about their background, but I know they're just trying to provide for their families. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
Next speaker is Robert Butler, followed by Miguel Ayala.
Good evening. I'm not going to introduce myself. I've been here a few times now, but I'm Robert Butler, and I'm part of the council with the Gilroy City Arts. So I'm representing the Gilroy City Arts, and I have some questions too. But first of all, we're doing a kids drama club, and I think you guys need to know about what we're doing at the center. So we have a drama club coming up on June the 30th. It's 2 sessions, and if anyone's interested, I'm just going to leave some information for it. On May 2nd, we gave a concert to raise money for the unhoused. We did raise a lot of money, and we gave it to, most of it to the Compassion Center, South County Compassion Center. Some of the money now is going to gift cards, and we're going to be buying some gift cards from McDonald's, and I've called the McDonald's guy in here in the city, and I'm trying to get gift cards, and we're going to prepare lunch and cold drinks in the summer and give gift cards out to some of the unhoused places here in Gilroy. So I'm going to move fast because 3 minutes do go pretty fast. I have 7 items, and that's 25 seconds per item. Okay, so the next thing is on the front page of the Gilroy Dispatch is a new guy. He just came to town. He's been here about a year now. His name is Paul Baika. He's an artist, and he's an international artist. So I've been representing him too. And in December, we're going to be putting on a big showing of his art. May 2nd, his art was presented. They talked about it in the paper. Some other people are presenting him, and I think that the city is very fortunate to have an international artist with 300 paintings for us to see. So that's Paul. Another thing, at the center, when we were giving the May 2nd concert, there were food trucks there. I'm confused now because I'm told that I can't have food trucks. The food trucks were there, and they gave money back. They raised money, and then they gave some of the money to the center, too. So I'm asking, I need an answer. If I've been asked, can we put a food truck there, and they give money to the center? I don't know the answer to that, so I'm presenting that to you. And the last thing here is that I'm also a book writer. I have 3 published books, and my 3rd book is just out. It's called A Child's Guide to the Gifts of the Holy Spirit. I know that's kind of off your subject, but it's not off the subject of Gilroy because we did start with a prayer. And so I'm going to leave the card and information on how to get the book. Basically, I have 17 seconds left, and I thank you for your time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert.
Next speaker is Miguel Ayala, followed by Greg Filios.
Hello, Council. Just coming in here tonight, voicing a little bit of concern about the Thursday night music. Noticed that there was a lot of walkways that were greatly impeded. I deal a lot with ADA codes. There was definitely not code compliancy. If you have somebody in a wheelchair on a sidewalk or a walkway, you need 48 inches, clear path to travel. Didn't have that. I felt a little bit unsafe with my family, my kids there, so I just hope you guys take that into consideration before next Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Greg Filios, followed by Jennifer Del Bono.
Thank you. A couple of shout-outs, positive shout-outs. My experience with the Thursday music series, Downtown Music Series, was very, very good. I've lived here 11 years. It's the first time I ever went to it. I'm sorry I missed out on this. We got to get people to go to this thing. I'm sure there's a lot of people like myself who've never been to it, but this is a great opportunity for people of all ages. It's a great idea. It's a great opportunity. They have food vendors. They have informational vendors, informational tents. Great music. Plenty of room to dance. This is an opportunity for the community to get together and hang out. Oh, and people love hanging out. So shout out to this group and anybody who let us get people to this to these Thursday night series. And so you should be proud of the Gilroy, all the Gilroy people who together are hanging out. Number two, on Saturdays, on the corner of First Street and Santa Teresa, you'll see a group gathered, and you'll see us every Saturday at 12 noon. Normally we get 30 to 40 people. Last Saturday, we had 500 to 600 people. And just want to let you know that this was a peaceful and very, very enthusiastic demonstration of people expressing their concerns, people expressing their needs. And everybody together was very, very supportive. The community was supportive. And we wanted to thank the law enforcement, drove by, waved, just to make sure that everything was going good. Everything went very, very well. It was very, very smooth. I don't know if any of you saw it. But 500, 600 people along First Street is quite a sight. And we're not sure. We probably won't get that many maybe next time. But on every Saturday, if you ever drive by First Street in Santa Teresa, just know that these are people who are expressing their concerns, expressing their needs, and we want to thank the council and thank the law enforcement for being supportive of these people. And we hope you get a chance to talk to these people if you get a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay. Next speaker is Jennifer Del Bono, followed by Ron Kirkish.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. You just said everything I wanted to say. Well, that's good. I'll just reiterate it. I'm here just to express how proud I am to be a community member in Gilroy. I've never been more proud to be in this community because I am experiencing true sense of community and belonging. And I, too, was protesting, have been protesting on Saturdays on the corner of First and Santa Teresa. This last Saturday was exceptional. Everyone there wasn't of the same belief, but everyone was there in to peacefully protest. And to be together in that, it was amazing. I feel like I'm still riding a little bit on a high of how good it felt to be in community and to see neighbors, to see friends, to be with Christians who were protesting with us, our veteran friends who were protesting with us, and everyone was supportive. I too want to thank the police for their support. It was neutral but supportive, and I felt it. Everyone felt safe there that day. And then also we had a medical emergency. Everyone supported. We had doctors who were protesting. People gave up their chairs. The paramedics arrived quickly and promptly, and it was critical that everyone worked together. So it was just really a beautiful, beautiful experience. And I also want to just express I am there on Saturdays because I want to continue to be a stand for a community that works for everybody. And I think it's really possible in Gilroy. It's possible for this community to work for everyone. So I stand for health, equity, and possibility for everyone. I have to tell you, I have friends who told me it was important for them to see me there as a white woman. They know that I have privilege. They expect me to be utilizing my voice, utilizing my opportunities to speak on behalf of them. They have shared with me because they don't feel safe enough to be out there with me. And so I just wanted to share that with you. I am a very, very proud Gilroyan, and I thank the City Council for really modeling community. I've been watching you, and I'm impressed, and I thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our final speaker is Ron Kirkish.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and community. I had a very good chat with Dan Harning the other day on the phone, and we talk quite often. And as most of you know, Dan is the chairman of the board, I believe, for the Gilroy Gardens, and he's very high on what's going on at the gardens right now. With the event of the Garlic Festival going on, he said that it was almost in 24 hours that all the tickets were sold out. The folks are ready for this Garlic Festival to come back. And then he brought up the Cherries Jubilee that Frank kind of showed us. And the Cherries Jubilee was very, very well attended too. And hopefully it'll be going on for the next couple of years. But things that are going well at the Gilroy Gardens. And it's a very, very beneficial issue for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. We have no further speakers. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, reports of council members. Councilmember Bracco.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Nothing to report at this time.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes, I have a report. The Santa Clara County Habitat Governing Board met this last Thursday and shared their financial and budget reports. A 2026 and 2027 budget was presented with key components: land management, land acquisition, restoration, and preservation. There has been 10,000 acres purchased over the last 2 years through grants. This past year, 120 burrowing owl chicks have hatched in the planned area. There is money in the reserve to protect and purchase land in perpetuity to protect our open space and animals. One of the new projects coming up is Pacheco Pass Wildlife Crossing Plan project, which makes it safer for animals to cross the highway by being routed to cross under the highway. This project is slated to be completed in 5 to 8 years due to securing the needed funding for this project. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hilton.
No report.
Councilmember Ramirez.
No report.
Councilmember Klein.
I have no report at this time.
Okay, thank you. I have no report as well. Moving on to item number 5, the consent calendar. Any comments or questions from council regarding the consent calendar? Okay, if there's no comments, I'll move to public comment. And no speakers at this time. Okay, I'm looking for a motion I'll entertain a motion, on the adoption of the consent calendar, item 5.1 through 5.7.
A motion?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Klein and a second by Councilmember Marks. Roll call, please. Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Boatson. Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to item number 6, bids and proposals. 6.1, award a contract to McKim Corporation for the fiscal year 24-25 citywide pavement rehabilitation project number 25 PW295. Staff report. John, please.
Mayor, council members, community. Here to present a proposed award of contract to McKim Corporation for the 2025 citywide pavement rehabilitation project. This is part of a 5-year plan for enhancing the pavement. We are in year basically 2 of that. Fiscal year 24 was the first of that 5-year period. This project includes about 13 street segments, 2 alleyways, 15 total, and about 1.4 million square feet of pavement. This year is a little different than last year's and some of the prior years even, in that this is focused on collectors and arterials. It is involving more significant work of grind and overlays. And so the work is a little less in terms of square footage, but more in work and effort, and also includes streets that are in worse condition than the local streets, seeing a lot more truck and heavy vehicle traffic. This project was advertised as appropriate. We received 6 bids in the process, and at the time of the bid opening, McKim Corporation was identified as the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. There were no protests, and this remained and remains tonight our recommended lowest responsive and responsible bidder. We did have a very good bid environment for this project. We're thrilled that we had 3 bids that came in below the engineer's estimate, and even a 4th that was very close to the engineer's estimate. So we were thrilled with the work. I think our staff did a great job of getting this number to a reasonable point on the engineer's estimate. Also maybe indicates that we're hitting a point in the bidding environment where they're coming back to the public sector projects, and we hope that means better value for all of us down the road as community members and as staff. The base bid was $6,479,784, and with the contingency, we were looking at about $7,127,000. The funding sources is varied, and this includes a description of what those are. Most notably in this, there are no general fund revenues as part of this project. These are all related traffic funds. This is just a quick run through what's been happening over time. You can see through the early years of 19 and to today, we're looking at pretty significant coverage within the city street network. So kudos to you, your predecessors, for setting this up and moving us forward. And thanks, I think, to my staff, and thanks to the companies who bid and gave us great bids for this. We appreciate that. Again, the recommendation is to award this bid with at $6,479,784 and a total of $7,127,763 to cover 10% contingency. Thank you.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Fugazi.
Thank you for spending time with me on the phone and going over some of this, all the work, but for some clarity for the public, and specifically I know a lot of the feedback that I see online, as well as residents I've spoken to, have a real concern over the Monterey connection at the south end of town that goes under the overpass. And I know we had some discussion on this, but I at least wanted to try to cover it here. To confirm, that's not included in this, right?
The area between ramp to ramp on Monterey Street, basically underneath the overpass, is not included as part of this project.
To be clear, it's not just ramp to ramp, though, right? It's also all the way back to the frontage road.
Well, ramp to ramp and all the way back to basically the frontage road, yes, which
right.
is the access to the sports park.
And that's Caltrans, we think? We don't know
It is
yet?
Caltrans right of way. At this point, we're trying to establish with Caltrans what their plans are for that, in hopes that they will plan for restoration of that area as well. there is some consideration as to whether there might be an agreement. We're unclear whether there is or is not one, so we're trying to also clarify whether there is any kind of agreement which places any responsibility on the city. So there's a two-pronged approach to this, is asking Caltrans what their plans are and asking them to proceed with that in hopes that that either shakes out the issue of they believe that there is at least a responsibility of the city, a shared responsibility, or yes, they own the responsibility for that.
So if it's a shared responsibility, you're saying it could be split or it's all us?
I don't anticipate that. There is a possibility, but I don't anticipate that. Caltrans is usually a one-way, unilateral. Either you have the responsibility as the local jurisdiction, or they do.
And that would be in our records, so that we should be able to check, right?
There are, but the records, just being what they are, these things go back multiple years. Okay. We received a record of an agreement that we were unaware of and had not found in any of our records. So that's part of the concern and issue that we need to just clarify.
And for further clarity, regardless of how they come back or whatnot, this work will not be done this year.
This will not be done this year.
So that's where my biggest concern is, and I just want to make sure the public knows, because the understanding that I had before is that, for whatever reason, it might have been my own, that Caltrans was aware of this already, and that this was on the project plan for Caltrans. I'm sure that's some of my own misunderstanding, but I will say that with myself on the committee and with Councilmember Klein on the committee, with VTA Mobility Partnership and whatnot, anything that you guys need to do with that, you should not hesitate to contact us to help push on those guys. And furthermore, try to look to see how we're going to mitigate this in the interim, because with all the extra traffic, with the Castro Valley Road and Mesa Road closed, it's bad already, and it's only going to get worse. So I hope that we work hard in finding out how over the next year that this is something's going to happen to it from somebody. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for John? Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Thank you. Public comment, please.
We have no speakers at this time.
Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion to award a contract to McKinn Corporation in the amount of $6,479,784.04. Approve a project contingency of $647,978.96. Approve a total project expenditure of $7,127,763 for the fiscal year 25 citywide pavement rehabilitation project number 25 PW 295, and authorize the city administrator to execute the contract and associate documents. You have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Marks and a second by Councilmember Ramirez. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. And with that, because we are making an amendment to the fiscal year 2025 budget, we need to do a second, adopt a resolution with a second motion. So I'll entertain a motion to adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 25 budget to accommodate the funding adjustments for the project in the various funds as outlined in the resolution.
I move.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Klein. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much, John. Moving right along to item number 6.2, award a contract to Vanguard Construction for the fiscal year 25 engineering sidewalk replacement project number 25 PW 296 in the amount of $652,787. Approve a project contingency of $65,278 and approve a total project expenditure of $718,065 for construction. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, community. Before you again is a potential award for construction of sidewalk program for 2025. This project includes repairs of sidewalks and various infrastructure and replacement and removal of street trees at 38 locations. I'll note that this is the first project under the revised council program. And that program basically replaced a cost share program that required an owner to front the cost and then ask the city for reimbursement of appropriate public facilities that were improved with that project. The revised program basically reversed that and placed the responsibility on the city to front those costs and ultimately seek reimbursement back from the property owner. And so this is our first run at this new process, and we appreciate the opportunity to run through this and test it. You also note that this includes this program includes basically a lower income provision, basically through the PG&E's CARE program, connecting with that. So this is something that was included. Otherwise, there are replacement percentage cost in terms of the share versus a not share, and those are reflected in this table here. I will note in this proposal for the 38 spots, there were no private tree issues, and that was it was intentional in terms of looking at where we could get the best share point with that, and we were encouraging folks with private tree issues to seek and hope that they would proceed on their own, frankly, and where they can't and where they won't, we will continue to look at those as well. This also changes the nature, and I'll talk about that a little bit in terms of how that reimbursement ultimately works. These are the 38 locations, and I want to point out that there are several of these locations that are actually corner lots. And so if you're looking, you'll see like El Roble Court. Actually, the improvements are on Wren, not on Roble Court, but they are an address for Roble Court. So it's a little bit misleading in terms of where exactly all of these improvements are going. This shows basically a general distribution of where these project locations are. So they are among various places in the city. 38, you can see 38 space locations does not go very far in this world in terms of cost. But we've tried to do the best we could with working through that. The overall property owner reimbursement, if you take the total amount and what the reimbursement would be based on the fact that you've got public trees and no private trees, but you've got very few driveway aprons, which are 100% responsibility of the owner. We're at about 20% reimbursement rate on this when it's all said and done. And that could go up a little bit, but proportionally it's basically 20% is what that is. We bid this project, and it's been a bit of a wild ride in this issue. When we opened bids, Villalobos and Associates was identified at that point as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Subsequently, Villalobos was invalidated due to some DIR wage-related violations that were not disclosed as required per our purchasing manual. And so in following that, we identified Vanguard as the next lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and they have been contacted, and we have been proceeding with them through this process. You can see here basically what those bids look like. Again, we had 5 total, 3 ultimately qualified, Vanguard being the lowest responsive and responsible bidder at this point. Total project cost with contingency at $718,065, and this has funding available through the sidewalk repair reserve, and there are funds sufficient to cover the cost of this effort. You'll note that this is a little strange in terms of the fact that we had actually an alternate proposal in this as a possibility. Obviously, the initial recommendation is to go ahead and award the contract to Vanguard Construction in the amount of $718,065. But the alternative that you have is to reject all these bids and ask staff to rebid this. Part of the thinking in that process is that we are approaching 2 weeks now till fiscal year 26, and there are additional funds available. We could roughly double the number of spots here, do one project, have lower overhead costs for us, lower fixed costs to potential contractors, and hopefully maybe take advantage of a greater economy of scale on that. So we have put that to the council as an alternative, and there is no specific recommendation on that, but we think that there is at least something to consider in that process. And that remains obviously a policy decision of the council. That concludes my presentation.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. All of the trees that you identified were public trees, and none of them were private. Has there been any consideration as to rethinking what trees we plant so that this doesn't happen?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that moving forward?
Yes. There are several things we can do. One, obviously, is I'm sure that most of these did not have any kind of root barriers established with them. We also need to look at the width of the parkway strips in terms of how those can address it. The challenge, I'll say, is that we have a street tree plan, and those include the species that are generally identified. And I think there's two things that we're going to have to start thinking about. There's a huge concern about biodiversity, and not having an entire city have some form of disease, and every street tree basically be affected by that. So I think there's a real strong push for biodiversity. But I think the other challenge is trying to keep a uniqueness of those streets and the street trees that go along those. So there's a bit of an issue and a challenge there. At this point, we are looking at replacing at what the street tree plan includes, but I think as we go down the road, we should be looking at that and working with the other departments in terms of rethinking some of the work that we're doing on the street tree plan, frankly.
I'm glad to hear that, because the other issue that I hear from residents often is it's not just the sidewalk, but it goes in and ruins their irrigation and all of this stuff, which is additional expense to the homeowners, yet they have no say in what tree is being planted. So I'm glad to hear that. Then you're asking the second option that we have is to push it forward to next year and have it go out to rebid. About how many more homes or trees or curbs or whatever would be included if we were to do that in terms of the economy?
We do not know exactly what the bids will come in, obviously, but if we look at where we were with 38, we think that with the money we have for fiscal year 26, that we could probably get close to doubling the number out there. And again, we think we can get a better bid environment with that larger number.
And then that would all take place next year. It would all be planned out for next year for completion?
We would be, on the screen, we would be looking at recirculating the bid within 60 days, and all said and done, we believe that we can be working by October on this, following award by the council.
And it would be completed by the end of the
Basically,
year?
by completed before the end of the year.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. No more questions.
I know I spoke to you on the phone again about some of these as well. to be clear, most of these are in the residential area, not in the commercial area, and we do have some form of a plan that we can go forward in the next year in some of these other areas. For instance, I mentioned to you, obviously, on the corner of First Street and Monterey, where there's significant damage right there in a very frequently traveled area. And then there's other areas in front of parks that I know for sure. It's just so interesting. I just pulled up the street view right here of Sidney Casper Park, 2019. Saw the little twigs of the trees with the perfect sidewalks, and now the sidewalks are, more or less like this. So, can you explain, at least for the public, a little how this is different from the rest of it that may go on, and when it might go on, or does it have to come back here? Because I'm kind of unclear myself. Do you have to do another survey? You had mentioned something about.
Thank you. I just wanted clarity on that one. So I'll say there's multiple pieces to this. I'll just mention that we have in the coming year's budget funding for Precision Concrete, who will go in and actually trim. If you have less than 2 inches lift, we can go in and have a firm come in and trim those down and trim those off and remove the tripping conditions there. There's a limit, again, to how much push, and when they reach that limit, then we're back talking about full replacement. In 2019, there wasn't a survey done. It was a LIDAR survey done. That's the last time there's been a full survey of the street and the sidewalk issues. And so we think that we definitely need to take a look at that. And I think we need to combine that with some actual in-the-field work and study and analysis of that. I think we also can do a little more work as we look at this and maybe come back even to have a conversation with the council to refine your policy now, to look at whether we emphasize efforts in terms of higher volume areas. This was focused around higher volume as it relates to parks, access to parks, access to schools particularly, but it really did not, in terms of those, look at, I think, the higher volumes associated with commercial areas that we might want to take a look at down the road. But at this point, I think we can go back. But I do think we need to do some new analysis of the sidewalk system.
6 years is amazing. Like I said, I just looked at it just now because we had spoken about that, and I was like, wow, the park sidewalks looked great there 6 years ago. So it stands to reason that we need to probably do it more often.
And one of the things tree roots always seem to find are our sewer systems too, because there's a constant source of food and water there, which is another problem for our utilities friends.
Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm totally comfortable with you doing the reanalysis because, that came from another public works director. So, as a council member, I wouldn't want to force what we decided on you, especially if there's other best practices or, like Councilmember Fugazi said, it's been 6 years, since we've done the survey. Maybe things are different. I think things are always shifting in here. One of the things that you mentioned is talking about street trees. And so that runs under the Parks and Rec Commission, right, to be able to talk about street trees. And when I was a commissioner, talking about the street trees came up a lot. And when we finally were able to uncover the list of approved street trees, there was, I don't know, me and the mayor looked at it. There was a lot, and it was like, it was almost as if somebody wrote it on a typewriter. So you could tell how long it had been. So, yeah, getting that really engaged commission as like your boots on the ground type, I think would be really beneficial. A process question. So we came up with the wage theft provisions in our purchasing policy, but did that actually translate and make it into the bid specs? Like, is there, when people are bidding, do they know without reading the purchasing policy that they also have to make sure that they sign and agree, or at least disclose this?
The bid specs had a very specific section which indicated that those provisions apply, and by signing this, you acknowledge that you do not have any. Finance has developed a form that's beyond that, which we've also required, and we required as part of the pavement project, in which they also sign a separate agreement. So we have in that situation double coverage between the specs that were signed off and also another form, that was signed.
And then so they would, like, your staff and anybody that's bidding would be able to, if they wanted to further dig deep into it, they'd be able to go to that section of the purchasing policy to be able to, like, read further on it?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I am kind of leaning towards what you talked about putting it out for the rebid, get that economy of scale. It sounds like we were able to reduce the price of the cost of asphalt. And it sounds like that would make it really clear, too, to everybody that's putting the bid on it. Make sure you disclose, those wage theft items, but sort of give you that flexibility to revise some stuff, too. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment.
As Mayor and Council, we have one speaker, Maria Aguilar.
If I heard correctly, you're asking trees that were planted by the city, and now you need to redo the sidewalk, that the homeowner is having to pay 50% for the sidewalk repair, which I don't think that's right. And then the other thing, I think when you do plant trees, you do need to instruct homeowners that you have to do deep watering. Otherwise, you're going to end up with the same, regardless of what tree you plant.
We have no further speakers.
Okay, any further questions for John? Councilmember Hilton, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. So I want to make a motion to reject all bids and direct staff to rebid the project.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Hilton and a second by Councilmember Klein to reject all bids and direct staff to rebid the project given the qualified bids substantially exceed the engineer's estimate. I'll leave it at that. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yeah.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, moving on to item number 7 and 7.1. It's a public hearing. It's appeal of the Planning Commission's determination for architectural and site review and variance application for removal of an existing 35-foot monopole and installation of a 65-foot monopole or 70-foot monopine design and related equipment located at 401 First Street. Application number AS 24-14 and V 24-01. Go ahead, staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Melissa Durkin with the Planning Division here to present to you a proposal by Crown Castle to install a wireless facility at 401 First Street. Give me just one moment, I'll get this presentation going. As you mentioned, this is a continued public hearing from the May 5th City Council meeting, so I just want to give you a quick overview to refresh your recollection of what was discussed previously. This project is located at the northwest corner of 1st and Hannah Street, surrounded on the north by an office building, on the south by a retail building, on the east by a restaurant, and on the west by a commercial shopping center. The site currently has a monopole. It's a 35-foot high monopole, and the applicant's proposal is to replace that with a larger monopole, a 65-foot high monopole that could hold up to 3 different wireless antennas. At the March 13th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission determined that this project was exempt from CEQA under Section 15303, which is Class 3, and that is the small facilities exemption. The Planning Commission's motion to approve architectural and site review AS 24-14 and variance V24-01 failed on a 3-3 vote, and that resulted in denials of both of those applications. The Planning Commission did not make a motion to deny the project, and because of that, there were no findings of denial made, and there was no substantial evidence that was stated to deny the project. At the May 5th City Council meeting, the applicant appealed the Planning Commission's denial, and the applicant based their appeal on the following reasons. One, that staff recommended approval of architectural and site review AS 24-14 and variant V2401 and found the project to be consistent with the general plan, compliant with zoning, categorically exempt from CEQA, and compliant with the Federal Communication Commission's rules and regulations. In addition, the applications were reviewed by the Technical Advisory Committee, and staff was able to make the required findings. 2, no findings were made based on substantial evidence to deny the project as required by Section 332C7 of the 1996 Telecommunications Act. 3, denial of the project by the Planning Commission is in violation of Section 332C7 of the 1996 Telecommunications Act and may amount to a prohibition on the provision of personal wireless services. And 4, comments made at the March 13, 2025 Planning Commission meeting suggest that the decision made by the Planning Commission may have been impermissible under Section 332C7 of the 1996 Act. At the May 5th meeting, staff recommended that the City Council grant the appeal and approve applications AS 24-14 and V2401 because the project is compliant with the FCC radio frequency emissions. All required architectural and site review and variance findings were made for the project, and no substantial evidence is known to justify a denial of the project. At that meeting, the City Council requested that renderings for a stealth design be brought back for consideration. So that's what we're presenting to you this evening. I have 4 sets of renderings to present to you. So I'll go through each of them. Each of them has 3 different perspectives. This first set, each of them shows the existing monopole on the left-hand side of the screen and the proposed antenna on the right-hand side of the screen. So this first set of renderings shows the monopole with 1 carrier, and this is what the applicant is proposing. So this first slide shows the existing and proposed looking northwest from First Street. The next slide shows the monopole with 1 carrier looking northeast from First Street. And this third slide shows the monopole with 1 carrier looking southwest from Hannah Street. Now, the next set of slides I'm going to show you show 3 carriers. That's not what the applicant's proposing, but we do require co-location, and it is possible that there could be 3 carriers on the pole. So this, if that is to occur, were to occur, then this is what that pole would look like. So again, this is the monopole with 3 carriers looking northwest from First Street, the monopole with 3 carriers looking northeast from First Street, the monopole with 3 carriers looking southwest from Hannah Street. The next set of slides I'm going to show you will be the stealth design, which is a monopine. And so the first set of slides will be showing 1 carrier. This is the monopine with 1 carrier looking northwest from First Street, the monopine with 1 carrier looking northeast from First Street, and the monopine with 1 carrier looking southwest from Hannah Street. And the final set of slides will be showing you the monopine with all 3 carriers. This is the monopine with 3 carriers looking northwest from First Street, the monopine with 3 carriers looking northeast from First Street, and the monopine with 3 carriers looking southwest from Hannah Street. The City Code does address stealth design. There are 2 sections that are pertinent. The first is City Code Section 30.35.17L. That code states that stealth designs are required when facilities are located in residential zoning districts or within a planned unit development that has residential uses. Neither circumstance applies to this site. The second code section is City Code Section 30.35.19B8. That section allows special design techniques, meaning stealth techniques, for facilities when particular sensitivity findings can be made. And those findings will be made in situations where there's close proximity to historic or aesthetically significant structures, residential uses, views, and/or community features. Staff is unable to make those particular sensitivity findings. The applicant requests that the City Council approve the original monopole design, which would be the design that's not a stealth design, as presented at the May 5th, 2025 City Council meeting. However, the applicant does state that if the City Council chooses to approve the monopine design and make the findings of particular sensitivity, which you would need to do, the applicant requests that verbiage be added to the approval that would allow them to revert to the original monopole design if the geophysical study that they will need to prepare finds the monopine design to be infeasible. One reminder about wireless facilities permitting: decisions cannot be made on or regulate radio frequency emissions if the wireless facility complies with FCC radio frequency emissions regulations, which this project does comply. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council grant the appeal of the Planning Commission's 3-3 tie vote, which resulted in denial of architectural and site review application AS 24-14 and variance application V2401, and approve AS 24-14 and V2401 to allow the removal of an existing 35-foot monopole and installation of a 65-foot monopole or 70-foot monopine and related equipment located at 401 First Street, APN 790-32-004. Staff is able to make all required architectural and site review and variance findings, and there is no substantial evidence that is known to justify a denial of this project. And I can answer any questions you have.
Sure. First question I have for council, just be sure, are there any ex parte communications for anybody to announce? Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Klein first.
So what you're saying, we can't say you have to do the monopine, or we would, what are you saying?
I'm saying that staff's not able to make the findings. If you're able to make the findings, then you could approve the monopine. Okay. But I think the city attorney may want to clarify that.
I just know you see the monopoles all over the place. I mean, everywhere you go, I see them everywhere. And to me, the look is really stands out. And doing the monopine kind of helps to absorb that in-your-face look. And, you know, just from a city standpoint, at least as a person who lives here, I'd prefer to see that instead of seeing this pole standing right in the middle of First Street. Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. We see them everywhere else, but we see the monopines in a lot of places too, and they do blend in. While this is tall, 70 feet, you look, I mean, I stood there and looked east, I looked west, and you see tall trees. It's kind of the sight line, so it doesn't go against the sight line that I see. So I really like the idea of that 70-foot monopine. So that's my thought.
So can you go back to the slide that talks about the substantiated evidence?
This one?
Yes. Residential uses, like how close? Because there are residential.
There are residential uses not directly adjacent to, but one lot removed. There are. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but so is there, in this city code section or whatever, is there a distance, or is it, my understanding as you spoke about it was that they could see. Obviously, anybody, you know, in a backyard or out their window or whatever in those residential areas right there, they're going to see this.
It would be visible from those residents. So I would prefer to hear from the city attorney in terms of findings.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. So maybe I direct it to Mr. Farber.
Okay, I'm quoting from the code here, in the zoning code. The section that she cited, B8, 303519B8, reads as follows. The city shall have the authority to require special stealth design techniques, like the monopine, for telecommunication facilities where findings of particular sensitivity are made, e.g., proximity to historic or aesthetically significant structures, residential uses, views, and or community features, close paren. So if you believe that this special sensitivity finding can be made, I think you need to explain what proximity, for example, to historic structures, aesthetically significant structures, residential uses, views, or community features apply. It would be challengeable if we required the monopine based on a finding that it looks better than the monopole. That would not be an adequate finding, because that's not special sensitivity. That's just a general aesthetic finding. And our code doesn't allow that general finding to be made.
What is the special sensitivity then with regards to the proximity of historic, aesthetically significant structures, or if it's not the look? What is the...
It's the view.
Okay,
Well,
so...
It's not defined further in the code than what I just read.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
so...
we should use the word views.
Okay, so I would argue that the proximity to residential homes, this view of the monopole would be, I don't know, disruptive, and it would be better. It would be a better view if it was be a monopine for the residents that live in close proximity to this structure.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
I'll give you a little bit more specificity only because I did do a little bit of research on this, and the closest backyard is looks like less than 150, so about 130 feet away to backyard that's there, and then across the street it's about 170. It's less than 200 yards away from a historic cemetery that exists over there in the back. It's just about equal amount from a school, which certainly impacts, the feeling and whatnot of kids going to school, I guess. There's a lot of community issues, I think, around this that fits that clause that is in our zoning. And specifically for what it's worth, it's at least polling the public and a small poll online is unanimous that the monopine is their selection, but that can't be the criteria. I understand that. But I do think that it's much supported given how close the residential community is to that particular site. That's my feeling.
Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. I'll kind of build on that too. So back in 2020, we approved our 2040 general plan, right? And then we knew that that's like our vision. That's our ultimate vision. But the script to unfold and implement that vision comes through the zoning code. And when I first got elected, I thought, this is going to be great. I get to work on the zoning code. I did this on the BPAC. I finally get to be a part of this. And this is a perfect example of something that is really, really, really old, right? 2003 is maybe when this specific code was adopted. And we just didn't think about the areas like we think about them today. So like our 2040 land use says that that this could be used for mixed use, which mixed use means housing, residential use, right? Between our First Street mixed use corridor, we can even go further. There could be 100%, residential uses that could be allowed there if we can get like farm worker housing, disability housing. But I would say that this is more than likely going to be there for a long time. I think that it will have a negative impact. Like many of the things said, this tower sits 100 feet from an existing neighborhood. They're going to have views. Looking back on it, when I was at First Street in Wren the other day, also looking at this site, I looked off into the distance over to where the cemetery is, and I could see a monopole sticking out, but it was stealth, and that sits on public land. But it also is right behind the views of the residential neighborhood. So I don't know when that one came about, but obviously that was talked about then. It's going to have a negative impact on the horizon. I mean, I could see it from First and Wren. So I think we should mitigate the visual impact through camouflage techniques, such as designing to resemble a tree, particularly in this sensitive area. I think it's visually intrusive and detracts from the natural beauty of the landscapes. I know we're not allowed to talk about health risks, but I think that this cell tower negatively impacts property values due to aesthetic concerns and the perceived health risk of the radiation that they're going to get from it. So I'll build a little more on that as we go on, but those are kind of my initial thoughts. Thank you.
So if there's no further comments at this time, because this is a public hearing, the applicant does have an opportunity to address council, and they have 10 minutes to do so if you would like.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to take a second and thank Ms. Durkin and Ms. Sanchez for all their work on this matter. I'm Emily Murray with Alan Macken's Land Use Council for the applicant and appellant. Two items I just wanted to address. One is more a legal argument for the record, so please bear with me. But Section 332 C7b(i) of the Telecom Act prohibits unreasonable discrimination of functionally equivalent providers. So I am a little concerned that the evidence that's being proffered to make a finding of particular sensitivity in this case is not being universally applied across the jurisdiction to require stealth for this facility where it may not always be required for other facilities that share similar locations in terms of proximity to uses. That said, I did want to reiterate our request that if the council is inclined to make these findings, to require the stealth facility, that we include in a condition of approval. I should back up. Because the applicant didn't propose the monopine facility, we haven't done a geophysical test. The tree is quite tall, and there's a much more substantial wind load on a monopine design because of the branches. So we had some concerns that design could turn out to be technologically infeasible. There's also some risk of, in very high winds, branches falling down, and there's a building located directly under it. So we would just want an opportunity, if that's the council's direction, to study those items, and should it prove to be technologically infeasible, to revert back to the monopine subject to staff review, and so we don't just get to unilaterally make that decision, but that would go to staff for verification in that event. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and that's all that I have.
Okay, no questions at this time. So now we will go to public comment, if there's any public comment.
At this time, we have no speakers.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move to...
Okay, let's close the public hearing.
Sorry. To move to approve the monopine design without the additional provision, and the applicant can come back later with another application or whatever they would like. But I don't think we want to leave it and then fall back just to that, given what we have. That's my motion.
Okay, looking for a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Boto.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Okay, moving on to item 7.2, public hearing to accept the public health goal report for the Gilroy drinking water system in accordance with California Health and Safety Code 116470. Take it away, staff.
All right. Good evening. Heath McMahon, Utilities Director. I'm going to present to you tonight the Gilroy's water system, the public health goal report, showing off our water system. And this is also be for public disclosure, an opportunity for public to comment and ask questions. And then hopefully at the end ask the council to accept the report at the end of the presentation. So jumping into water quality, we have two sets of drinking water standards established by state agencies. We have maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs. This is the health protective drinking water standard to be met by public water systems. And then the public health goals, or PHGs, that you'll see on reports. And these are ideal goals without any consideration of cost, treatment technology. It's basically what can we do if we could just get the water to the perfect condition that we'd want it to get, or near perfect as we can. And these are non-regulatory and specific to California only. So maximum contaminant levels, they are the regulatory standard that the potable drinking water we supply to our customers and businesses and whatnot have to meet. They're established by the State Water Resources Control Board and the U.S. EPA. They're established to protect the public health. They're enforceable by the state. And Gilroy's potable water system met all of the MCLs that are required. So what are public health goals? So these are quite a bit more stringent, but they're not regulatory. They're established by the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, and there's no consideration given for achievability or laboratory detection. And again, they're kind of the ideal situation. They're non-regulatory. But this report, so why are we here tonight? So this report, every 3 years we have to come to the council and to the public, and anytime we exceed any goal of the public health goal, then we're required to do a public presentation and also invite public comment and go over basically what's in the water, what we exceeded. So it's a really good report. We only exceeded one. We'll talk about that just a little bit. And again, we did not exceed the maximum contaminant level. This is just the public health goal. So our system, just as a reminder, we're exclusively supplied by groundwater. No import water, import system or treatment, anything like that. It's all what we pump out of the ground. In 2024, we were about 60,000 residents, numerous businesses. City staff collects hundreds of water quality samples throughout the year to ensure the water's safe. Some of the stuff we test for is there inorganic and synthetic organic chemicals, VOCs, disinfectant residuals and byproducts, radionuclides, copper, lead, PFAS, and those are just some of the highlights, if you will. So this is a summary from between 2022 and 24, so for the last 3 years, and we only exceeded one non-regulatory, PHG exceedance, and that was for tetrachloroethylene, otherwise known as PCE. So what is PCE? So it's a common environmental contaminant. It was mostly used as chlorofluorocarbons and as a solvent for cleaning operations, metal cleaning, vapor degreasing, and dry cleaning. So you'd see them a lot before in the aerosols and different things that we had, and they're coming down quite a bit as far as our usage of those things. They actually was brought down quite a bit because of concerns for the atmosphere and those things. But as a byproduct, it's also helping out with the water conditions too. The dry cleaners used to use them a lot more. Now they're not using them near as much. And in recent years, there's a lot more restrictions on how they use them and how much. And so really what the public is dealing with across the nation is stuff that's happened in the past but has gotten into the groundwater table. So the MCL there for PCE, as you see in the box there, is 5 micrograms per liter or parts per billion. That's what we're, as a purveyor of water to the public, that's what we're required to meet. The public health goal is 0.06 micrograms per liter. So you can see it's 80 times, you're allowed to do 80 times more than the public health goal. So I mean, this is really huge, tiny amounts of contaminant that ideally we'd like to meet. And so there's considerable difference there, as you can see. So what is that? What is a part per billion? Well, a part per billion is equivalent to adding one drop, like from a medicine dropper, into about 10,000 gallons, typical size of a residential swimming pool. So how did we do? Our 3-year total average here. So you see on the top, that's our maximum contaminant level in green. We can go up to 5. What did we do? We were down at 0.07. And the public health goal was 0.06. So we barely were even above the public health goal. So the water quality is really good that we're supplying here in the city of Gilroy. So out of our 9 wells, only 3 wells tested above that goal, and so it's an average. 6 wells recorded no PCE, and even the highest single test point that we ever got was 1.8 milligrams per liter. So we're still, even at the highest single point that we had, we were still 64% below the maximum that we were allowable. So our water system continues to meet and comply with all the health standards, the MCLs established by the state and the USPA, and we're not recommending any additional actions or treatment. Again, this is really more for public disclosure, just so you're able to see what's in the water systems, and we'll share that with the public. And so we're just asking for the public hearing to be opened up, and then for the city council to accept the public health goal report.
Thank you, Heath. Any questions for Heath? Okay, we'll go to public comment.
We have no speakers this time.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. No further questions. And this is not, we're not taking action on this, so we just need basically a thumbs up if we're accepting this report.
Right.
Thank you very much, Heath.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to item number 8, unfinished business. 8.1, the aquatics program operation. And staff report will be Monica, I believe. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a report back from earlier direction concerning the long-term viability and options for the aquatics program operations. I want to introduce you to Monica Sendejas, who actually works in our community development department, but for many years ran the city's swimming program. So she has demanded that she's only coming out of retirement once to do this report, and then she will go back to her position in community development. But she is one of the few individuals in the organization that have seen the ebbs and flows of aquatic programs over the last 10, 15 years in Gilroy. So thank you, Monica, for her hopping in and coming off the bench.
Happy to be here. So I'm here tonight to talk to you about the aquatics program. I have over 20 years experience in aquatics. I was the lifeguard instructor, water safety instructor trainer, and certified pool operator. I started working for the City of Gilroy Recreation Department in 2012 and oversaw aquatics operations until I moved to community development in 2022. Prior to my employment with the city, I worked for the YMCA for 11 years, and during that time, aquatics was part of my management responsibility. So the recommendation before you tonight is to receive a report on aquatics program operations and provide feedback or direction for future operations. The Christopher High School Aquatics Center was built in partnership with the Gilroy Unified School District. The pool opened to the public the summer of 2012. The city contributed $4.3 million towards the cost of land acquisition, development, and construction of the sites and facilities. The city has a cooperative agreement with the Gilroy Unified School District through December 31st, 2061. The Aquatic Center is comprised of a zero-entry activity pool with an aqua play structure that has play features and 2 water slides. And the activity pool also has 2 elevated water slides that empty into a 3.5-foot deep catch pool. The facility also has a competition pool with 2 diving boards, bathrooms, office buildings, and a pool pump room. Gilroy Unified School District is responsible for pool sanitation maintenance. They invoice the city for the city's equitable share of maintenance and repair costs. The water slides are regulated by the California Department of Industrial Relations Division of Occupational Safety and Health Amusement Ride and Tramway Unit. Moving forward, I'll refer to this unit simply as OSHA. Water slides are regulated and inspected under the same unit as amusement park rides. OSHA inspects and issues permits for the water slides annually. The pool is subject to scheduled and unannounced visits. The main purpose of the inspections is to prevent incidents by identifying unsafe rides. There are regulations for training the lifeguards and pool technicians, water slide dispatching, daily and annual inspections, and height requirements for the water slides. Shade structures were added in 2018 to 3 sections of the pool deck on the activity pool side of the facility. This was a capital improvement plan project. The total project cost was almost $433,000. The total investment in construction of the facility and shade structures was almost $4.8 million. The summer pool schedule is prepared in coordination with the school district. Since the Christopher High School Aquatic Center is on a high school campus, programming is scheduled around the school's schedule. During the summer, the city schedules their programming around various high school sports programs, practices times like girls and boys water polo, The pool isn't open on weekends until the school is out for summer. Through 2019, city staff ran the summer aquatics program. Prior to opening the Christopher High Aquatics Center, the aquatics program operated at Gilroy High School and South Valley Middle School. The program was typically 6 to 8 weeks. It was weekdays only. Swim lessons and 2 hours of recreation swim were offered at Gilroy High School. 2 hours of recreation swim were offered at South Valley Middle School. After the 2011 season, Gilroy Unified School District closed the pool at South Valley Middle School due to a substantial crack and leak in the pool, and the school district subsequently filled in the pool. The Aquatic Center opened for public use the summer of 2012. The primary focus at Christopher High Aquatic Center was recreation swim. The program was expanded to include weekends and longer recreation swim time. The facility was open 6 days a week, Tuesday through Sunday. Swim lessons and 2 hours of recreation swim continue to be offered at Gilroy High School 4 days a week for 6 to 8 weeks. City staff continue to operate the summer aquatics program at the 2 high schools through the 2017 season. 2017 was a very challenging summer. In order to understand why it was so challenging, you have to understand lifeguarding. Lifeguard certification is valid 2 years, and you must be at least 15 years old. It costs money and takes time to become certified as a lifeguard. Certification is a prerequisite to employment. Today, if someone wants to get certified as a lifeguard, they must pay approximately $320 out of their own pocket and complete 20 to 25 hours of training. Then there is a written and practical exam that includes in-water rescues and life-saving skills that must be passed in order to attain lifeguard certification. It's physically and mentally demanding to get certified and to work as a lifeguard. The lifespan of a summer lifeguard is typically 1 to 3 years. It's generally a teenager's first job. They're young and inexperienced, usually 15 or 16 years old, and they either like it or they hate it. As they enter college, their focus may shift to their field of study and resume building internships and work experience in their field of study becomes the priority. And there are also competitively paying jobs out there that don't require the time and money it takes to get and maintain a lifeguard certification. Attracting and keeping lifeguards working at a summer pool is challenging. The issues in 2017 were compounding. We had staff with limited availability. Our team was young in age and maturity. 44% of the lifeguards were brand new and therefore didn't have much deck experience, which is time learning how to be a lifeguard, how to enforce rules to prevent injuries, and how to quickly recognize risky behavior that may lead to a swimmer being in distress. And we were lacking senior leadership. Following the 2017 season, staff solicited the City of Morgan Hill Recreation Department to run Gilroy operations. Morgan Hill submitted a proposal for almost $163,000 per month, which is roughly $488,000 for the summer. Shortly thereafter, Morgan Hill withdrew that proposal. They began experiencing some of the same challenges Gilroy did during the summer of 2017. In addition, Bay Area experts were warning of industry-wide lifeguard shortages. City staff reevaluated our capacity to safely run a program and consolidated operations to one facility. So all operations, including swim lessons, were moved to Christopher High School Aquatic Center for the 2018 and 2019 seasons. COVID shut down operations in 2020 and 2021. If you remember, in 2021, we were still having spikes with COVID, and there were stringent requirements for operating pools. In the fall of 2021, a request for proposals, also known as an RFP, was released for management of the Christopher High School Aquatic Center for the 2022 season. The city wanted to return to having a summer aquatics program, but the pandemic-related reduction of the recreation department to a division left the recreation without the bandwidth to have a staff-run program. During the RFP process, the city offered a site walk, and the YMCA of Silicon Valley attended, as did Swimming Swan, LLC. The YMCA does not have a presence in South Santa Clara County. Their closest pool is in San Jose. The YMCA submitted a proposal and then, with disappointment, withdrew the proposal. The YMCA of Silicon Valley Chief Operating Officer told the city that as they were emerging from COVID, they were financially unable to take on a subsidized program of this magnitude. City Council awarded Swimming Swan a contract to be the summer aquatics operator for the 2022, 2023, and 2024 seasons. In November of 2024, a new RFP was released for management of the Christopher High School Aquatics Center. In March of 2025, a one-year contract was awarded to Swimming Swan, and Council directed staff to return with the analysis of the program. Per the cooperative agreement with the school district, the city pays its equitable share of maintenance costs for the Christopher High Aquatic Center, which averages $76,600 per year. The water slides must be waxed every 4 to 6 years at a cost of $50,000, and replastering the activity pool every 7 to 10 years costs approximately $300,000. Based on these costs, the city can anticipate spending at least $1 million over the next 10 years on the upkeep of the facility. City operates on a fiscal year from July 1st through June 30th. This analysis was conducted on a calendar year basis to align with the summer season. This is why it took time for staff to be able to come back and pull these numbers together for council. Staff evaluated the 2011 season to show the cost of a smaller program that was focused primarily on swim lessons. The Christopher High Aquatic Center wasn't open yet. The city-run program was 6 weeks long at Gilroy High School and South Valley Middle School. Programming was weekdays only, and there were no water slides. Swim lessons were $7.50 a class, and recreation swim was $2 for 2 hours. Recreation at swim at South Valley Middle School was free for qualifying low-income families. The city net loss that year was $58,011. Staff compared city-run programs in 2018 and 2019 to consultant-run programs in 2023 and 2024 for all operations at Christopher High School Aquatic Center. The staff report provides actual figures for each year, but the slide before you tonight shows the average for the years evaluated. The city's average expenses were $227,000 higher with a city-run program. While the city didn't yield any revenue with the consultant, the net loss was $86,134 less with a consultant than with a city-run program. $1 in 2018 is equivalent in purchasing power to about $1.27 today. So that we compare apples to apples, staff evaluated these totals in 2025 dollars. The city-run average expenses were $342,000 more than the cost of having a consultant. The average net loss for the city-run program was almost $423,000. By 2025 standards, the average net loss was $165,000 less with a consultant than with a city-run program. The average program statistics showed the city had an average of 910 swim lesson participants at $13.13, and the consultant had 1,576 participants at an average of $13.75 per class. The city had an average of 11,575 users for recreation swim, and the consultant had 5,994. The average fee for recreation swim on weekdays for the city was $6.50, and for the consultant was $9. The average fee for recreation swim on the weekends for the city was $8.50 and $11 for the consultant. There is a disparity in the number of recreation swim users with the city versus the consultant. It's worth noting that the city-run program benefited from 8 consistent seasons of operation. The consultant, on the other hand, was following a 3-year hiatus, 2 years of no operations due to COVID, followed by 1 year without the water slides being operational. The consultant's success thus far is evident in the growth of the swim lesson program. The Christopher High Aquatic Center has some considerable costs that are required for upkeep of the facility. The city's equitable share of maintenance and repair fees are approximately $76,600. Water slide maintenance is $50,000 every 4 to 6 years, and replastering the pool is $300,000 every 7 to 10 years. Regardless of whether the aquatics program is run by the city or a consultant, the program at Christopher High School Aquatic Center will continue to operate at a loss for the following reasons: high staffing costs. The zero-entry activity pool is not designed to be a teaching pool. There is no membership model to offset the cost of operations, and there's no facility rental income. Let's talk about these reasons in a little more detail. the high staffing costs. The operator needs more staff on deck than a normal rectangular pool because of the 10-20 protection standard and blind spots caused by the aquaplay structure. The 10-20 protection standard is when a lifeguard sees someone in distress within 10 seconds and is able to get to that person within 20 seconds. OSHA waterslide dispatching requirements mandates that 2 positions in the rotations are not scanning the water. They are dedicated to dispatching single riders on the water slides. Mandated lifeguard and water slide training increases the total employee work hours considerably, and daily inspections of the water slides also requires more employee hours. As part of the daily inspection, lifeguards must walk or crawl the water slides while looking for cracks or areas that might cause abrasions, ride the slides, and test the emergency stop buttons. The zero entry activity pool is not designed to be a teaching pool. Swim lesson capacity is limited in that pool. 2/3 of the pool is not functional space for swim lessons because it's too shallow. There is no membership model to offset the cost of operations. You won't achieve cost recovery with daily user fees of $10 or $12, and attendance at the pool will decrease significantly if admission is priced for cost recovery at $25 or more per person per day. There is no facility rental income. Usually facilities with a competitive competition pool can make extra money by hosting competitive swim meets or water polo tournaments. Rentals are limited at Christopher High Aquatic Center because of scheduling challenges with school sports programs and summer pool operations. In addition, per the cooperative agreement, the school district manages rentals of the competition pool and retains the rental revenue. Drowning is the leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4, and the second leading cause of unintentional injury death for children ages 5 to 14. Swim lessons are crucial for water safety, physical development, and building confidence. Teaching a child to swim is a life skill. The city needs to have an aquatics program for the community. The cost of having a facility with 2 pools and water slides, like the Christopher High School Aquatics Center, and running an aquatics program is high. The findings of this analysis show that using a consultant is the most cost-effective approach for the city. The current agreement with Swimming Swan expires on October 31st, 2025. Staff plans to release an RFP this summer and come back in the fall to award the contract. There is value in having a city-run aquatics program. When you can have a year-round program in a city-owned facility where you control the scheduling and you have specialized staffing in place to manage it. Staff recommends that this be part of the discussion with council when a full assessment of recreation is performed as part of the work plan. So the recommendation before you tonight is to receive a report on aquatics program operations and provide feedback or direction for future operations.
Thank you very much. That was an incredible presentation. Thank you so much. Questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Fugate.
As you can imagine, I probably have a few of them. One of a lot of different ones, and you provided a lot more feedback too, by the way, than the report, and I really appreciate that. It helped me learn even more. The first question is, I noticed in 2022, the operator didn't have insurance, yet the pool's still able to be open. How is that possible?
You don't turn on the slides, so you don't have an operating permit that's issued from OSHA. You don't do inspections on them, and they're not usable for the public.
So to follow that up, if we wanted to keep the pools open and not have water slides, we would save that $76,000 a year or whatever it happens to be?
So the $76,000 a year, $76,600 that we pay to the school district isn't for the water slides. The water slide responsibility is 100% the city's. What we pay the school district is for the pool techs that clean and manage the pools, the pump room. We had to replace the heater that we had our shared cost with.
I got that part. What's the insurance cost, though, that we have? I can't remember what the number.
So the insurance is paid to the consultant, and it runs roughly $65,000 a year.
So if we didn't have water slides, we'd save $65,000 a year, right? And as I understood also, especially from your oral presentation, we actually would save a lot more if we didn't run those in that area because we would take less staff because they have to have people up on the water slides and everything around that. So that's certainly something we could come back or get you guys to come back with and reevaluate operating the pool area without the water slides, if that would seem more reasonable. I also wondered why we didn't put into the report any projections, because there were projections in the budget for swim numbers that I saw, or number of people going in there. Why didn't we have any kind of actual projections on costs? And I mean, that's what I was hoping to see.
Because my understanding was you wanted an analysis of the program from previous years, and so my focus is on that. I'm not part of Recreation anymore. I could certainly work with the team to bring that information to council, but my understanding was you wanted the history of the program and what it costs for the city to run the program versus a consultant. So that's what we provided today. If you'd like more of an analysis, we could certainly do that.
I think the decision that we have to make is how we're going to go forward. And how we're going to go forward is partly with looking back, but it's also, the majority of it is if we go forward and we choose this path, it's going to look like this. And if we choose this path, it's going to look like this. And I certainly think that's the best way for us to make that decision, and especially now with knowing that there's some cost changes that we can have would definitely be helpful.
Does the analysis using the 2025 numbers help you with
Well, I mean, it's
understanding that?
it's certainly somewhat helpful, but there's a lot of differences there that that are not indicative of that, because there's labor costs don't necessarily scale the same way. I think looking at it, like if we had to manage this is what it would cost. If we continue with the consultant, this is what it costs, and we can see this. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Even if it's $50,000 more for the city to do it ourselves, but then you also go, well, by the way, you also get these other benefits. We're more flexible. We have different. So there's a lot of different advantages there too. Did you ever get numbers from the consultant as to what their revenues numbers were, or are we just still extrapolating? Because I know I looked at some other cities who have done things like this, and I know fellow council members have shared things where the contractors actually were asked and did provide the actual revenue numbers. And it seems like that would be, and I mentioned that I think in the last meeting as well, to get that information would be helpful.
Mr. Brigaz, I could help with that one. First, we do want to point out that shutting down the slides was considered a correlation to why the amount of recreation swimmers went down in half. So that's something that has to be considered. It's not a direct cost savings because there will be most likely a reduction in revenue. The contract with Swimming Swan has no requirements for them to do so. It was simply a cost and service contract, and so they are under no obligation to
they're not.
Financials.
No, I
so
get
we
that they're
don't
not.
have the ability to get them from them in this contract.
I mean, we could ask, and they could say no. And also, I think the reasoning that you gave for the lower numbers was not because of the slide. That was interesting additional information. The reason was because you didn't have enough lead-up time in the 21, 22, or 22, 23, what have you, as opposed to before. So that's certainly interesting information.
The program was able to ramp up and run. We were not able to get the slides certified because there wasn't enough lead-up time to do that.
Right, I know, but the lower numbers she explained as being because the amount of time,
So the pool was closed for 2 years because of COVID.
Right.
And then the water slides weren't open, and so that's why you didn't see the numbers of users that we had at the pool. We had 8 seasons with the city running the program to build up our reputation in the community and to say, hey, we're open, and for people to come by and swim. Well, when you have your pool closed for 2 years and then no water slides, it takes a little bit of time to earn that reputation again in the city for you to be a place. They've found alternative places to go during those 3 years, and now to build that back up is going to take a little time, and I think they'll get there. They're just not there yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's 7,500 and 8,100 in the budget, and that even exemplifies for me why understanding how that flows out into the future makes that much easier to understand. Oh, yeah, well, this is not something we want to build in the city, or this is something, that, because the other thing that we have with this too is that with only one person that can provide it to us, it also can get pulled out from us so easily, and we'll have nothing. So that's also a risk that we may not want to take, and we may want to spend $125,000 more a year or something for the city. But it definitely those are things I think I'd still want to know before we were make a decision forward, and I'll leave the rest of the time for the rest of the council. I can see Kelly over there already.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Very thorough. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming out of retirement.
You're welcome.
So I just have a couple of questions. The facility upkeep, you talked a lot about that and the cost about that. We're required to do that whether we provide the swimming program or whether we contract out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's a cost we have. Okay. And then I'm glad to know that you're still going out to, this is just kind of a little bit of an analysis backwards, because I was as well expecting forward, and I was disappointed to not see other entities that may put in an RFP, so that still will happen by the fall. That's great to hear. You talked a lot about the cost of training and how difficult it is to retain lifeguards and the labor pool, if you will, is problematic. But wouldn't that be the same for any other entity that came in to provide the service? Aren't they going to be hiring from the same pool, if you will? They're headquartered, Swan Swimming? Swan Swimming is located, their headquarters in San Diego. They don't bring up a contingency of lifeguards from San Diego.
They did their first year. They brought people from out of state to help run the pool. Now they have local people that are doing it. But it takes a while to build up that relationship with people in the community. One of the things that we did when I was running the pool is we had a junior guard program so that it would become a feeder program for staff. And even having that, we struggled with getting all of our spots filled because there's such a demand for having all your positions. You have 15 positions working at the same time, 6 days a week. It's tough to run all of that and get it done. And you're talking about lifeguarding, which is a difficult thing for people to do.
Sure. I loved it when I was growing up, but that's, long time ago.
Yeah.
That's interesting that you say they did bring in people from out of state, so they housed them, and about how much of their workforce was from out of state that they had to house? I'm sure that they extended those fees and costs to us as a city.
So how many people is not a conversation that I had with Melissa to know how many of those people were from out of state, but I know her lead trainer and her pool operator for the first year was someone out of the area that she did have to house and fly in and bring to do it because there was nobody locally that she could identify to do that program.
Okay. So it wasn't like the whole contention of lifeguards and things.
No, I mean, that would be talking 30 people. No.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I just want to make clear, because she did mention that when she spoke, that she brought in the pool manager from out of the area.
Yeah.
Okay. So there was something else I was going to go with, and my mind just went blank.
One more question, Jimmy, on
maybe
the funding on the funding to Swimming Swan. Does that come out of the same 290 recreation fund? It does.
Yes, it
Okay, I
does.
just wanted to confirm.
I have a question while you try to remember, Councilmember Ramirez. I think in the past, maybe, I don't know if it was just myself, but some of us, or maybe the public, oftentimes may have compared, the Christopher High swim program or pool with maybe another city that has a pool. But their pool is on a year-round basis, and the Christopher High is limited to less than 3 months, I believe. Could you talk a little bit more about that and the challenges that come with that?
Sure. I believe that's why this facility was built to begin with, is because our neighbors had a pool that was open year-round, and it had water slides and a competition pool, and our community was asking, where's our pool? Where's our water slides? And they were looking for a fun place to be able to do the same kinds of things that they do next door to us, and not have to drive 15 minutes down the road to get there. And so council, when they voted, I wasn't part of the city at that time, but when they voted to bring the pool in, I think that was their intent. That was Recreation's intent, to offer this great service. And it was the community's excitement to bring it here that spearheaded the project forward. This is my opinion, not that of the city, is that the whole process wasn't thought out in terms of the costs that would be involved over the years. It wasn't understood by council, I don't think, and by staff, that the water slides would be regulated by OSHA the way that they are. The pool is a very regulated industry, and it makes it very difficult to operate a fun place when you have to meet all these objectives that have dollar signs attached to it. And so I think it continues to be a challenge with Gilroy wanting a place to be, to have fun, but we don't have, with the city, the deep pockets to be able to support that, because we don't have a membership model like the YMCA does with the city of Morgan Hill to operate that facility. They have a membership model that supports it and helps to subsidize that. They also, with their YMCA programming, are able to capture the indoor pool also to be able to use that at the CRC. And we don't have an indoor facility. So the differences that we have leave us a little shorter than what they do. But it's a great thing to have for the community. I can tell you when we opened the pool in 2012, people were thrilled about it and really excited that we had it. But we aren't the same kind of financial institution that can support it because we don't have the membership model. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, very good description.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Additional?
Just for another piece of clarity, so in the activity pools, that's what you call that one?
It is.
So no lessons, no yoga, nothing else happens there other than goofing around in the pool, right?
So during rec swim time, that's all that happens is goofing around. When in 2018 and 2019, when we moved everything to one pool, we did offer swim lessons in that pool. We're just limited on the space that can be used. So, back at the beginning of my slides, when you're looking at this pool, everything that you see in this picture right here is not usable space for swim lessons because it's too shallow. So it's not usable space. The space that we used for swim lessons is what you can see behind this aquaplace structure. There's a peninsula that comes out there, and there's an area before the catch pool. Let me see. Right here, this is a better picture. So this area right here, we can use for swim lessons, and this area right here for swim lessons. But this is 3.5 feet deep. We also use the competition pool for swim lessons, but in that pool you only have about a lane and a half of shallow water, and then it's already 4.5 feet deep. So your little 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-olds, to get into that pool is terrifying for them. You're going to spend the whole time with them crying on the deck rather than getting in the water. So it's really not a teaching facility. Can they make it work? Yes. The consultant has shown they make it work very well.
The smaller set of slides, they don't require an operator on them?
They do.
They
do.
do?
There's one that's at the top of, this is the elevated slides right here in this picture. And then there's one that sits on the top of the aquaplace structure. And you also have to be 16 years old by law to be a dispatcher. You can't be a 15-year-old lifeguard in dispatching.
Further questions?
This is going to be a random question. I do not even anticipate you have any answer, but I'm just curious. Gilroy Gardens has something similar. Do they close often because they're understaffed or they're not adequately staffed? Or
I don't know what their staffing levels are, whether they operate or close. I can tell you that their That facility doesn't have a deep pool.
Right.
And so there is such a thing as shallow water lifeguarding.
Mhm.
So it's when a pool is under 5 feet, and that is a little bit easier to do because if you can imagine, trying to get a body off the bottom of the pool in
Sure.
a 10-foot deep of water, that skill set is very different for someone being able to stand and go down and pick up someone. So they have that as well.
So it's a different certification process.
Yeah, it's an easier certification process.
And probably less costly.
It probably will be about the same cost, but
Okay.
it is not as rigorous.
Okay, so, could it be that, hypothetically, operating the consultant or city or Y or whomever, you are hired specifically for this pool and you are hired specifically for this pool based on the certifications?
It could be.
Okay, thank you.
The difference also at Gilroy Gardens is they have exactly what you want, and that's a membership model.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they have, and that's what makes it one of the things that makes it possible at Gilroy Gardens, amongst many other things, I imagine. We do have to go to public comment, so why don't I do that?
Yes, Mayor, Council, we have one speaker, Ron Kirkish.
Thank you.
Good evening, folks. I grew up in Pacific Grove, and I learned how to swim at the saltwater pool, which was very cold. And as an 8-year-old, we just learned how to deal with it. And I'm just wondering, when you look at the cost for operating the pool, what was it, $340,000 or something like that? And is there any of that cost due to trying to maintain the temperature of the pool? If not, then my question is nonsense. But if we have to maintain the heat of the pool, then that's going to cost money too. And I'm thinking that people go swimming in the ocean. Ocean is cold. They get used to it. I grew up in a Pacific Grove, like I said. It was a saltwater pool, cold water. So if we can reduce some of the cost of operating to help make this thing pass, that's something I would think. And maybe there's something else too. Thanks.
We have no
Thank
further
you.
speakers.
All right. Any further questions? So I'll throw out. You have further
Just
questions?
one quick question. There seems to be, regardless of cost, because I could probably make an argument that, okay, the city should spend $200,000 more because it's important for everybody in the city. But there's just a feeling of reticence that the city even wants to do this, right? That it's not just cost. It's like, okay, well, we really want this other company to do it rather than us. It just feels that way to me. Is there some other underlying reason or something where reasoning that's more subjective or what have you that we don't want to do this or we don't feel like this should be in our wheelhouse?
Councilmember Fugazi, I'll answer that one because I think that is very true. This is not a program that I would say myself or staff, when I talk to them, are enthusiastic about redoing because of the troubles and the challenges previously. They have history. I think they have a little bit of trauma from those years and trying to keep this thing going. And when you are able to outsource it and have somebody deal with all of those headaches as their primary focus, it allows them to focus on other things. And the other part is, at the time when the swimming program was around, there were 14 employees and there's 5. So if you can't bridge that gap between the resources you're putting in, I think it's hard for people to get over that past trauma of having a program that they put their heart and soul in, but was just very difficult to maintain.
Yeah, I understand that, and I can see that, and I can also see, with the desired expansion of some things in recreation where we might want to put resources or not put resources. But I'm also more sketchy in the fact that if we had 5 companies lining up that all wanted to provide services that could be, number one, competitive, but also provide continuity, then it would be an easy, like, yeah. But with only one company who is coming out and has, done a great job, I haven't heard anything bad, but if there's any other reason why it can't, we lose swim program. And that's it, And if we do have it in-house, even if it costs us a little bit more, we have it to go forward. And if we don't, that most of the people that we hear is like, we need to have swimming lessons and we want to have these other things because people need to learn how to swim and whatnot. And while I appreciate water slides as much as the next guy, I would say if we could go forward and look at these forward years, what's it really, in different ways that we could slice it, with what we see as the future number of swimmers or people, what does that mean in the numbers? Just a little bit of forecast, and that's the only additional thing I can add.
I think the challenge with that is the reluctance to determine human behavior and the amount of swimmers we would have. I don't know. I mean, with most things, like in the financial world, you have indexes and you have, things that help you take a long view. This is what we consider a guess. And so we don't know if, we could give you a number and say in a year the number of participants could be 1,000 more. We have no basis for that number, nothing. And so that's why I think we're trying to not try to make an analytical argument because we don't have one. But the last thing I'll tell you is that we are going through, there's 3 businesses of cities you do not want to be in, and that's universal. Golf courses, swimming pools, and cemeteries. And you can look at many communities who have gone through this, and some I've been part of. I was in Morgan Hill when those pools were built, and they were built with a model that you don't have here. So the challenges here are really, at the end of the day, they can be overcome, of course, but it is really going to cost you. And if that's the will of the council, then that's what will be provided. But you can't get past the past, until you address what you're willing to put into it.
And I recognize your concern with having a consultant and being reliant on that, but I'll tell you it's just as hard to have a staff member who has the skill set that's needed to run the pool, and you can do everything right and still be a statistic where things go wrong, and that's some heavy lifting.
I love consultants when I can have 5.
Yeah. So maybe we can give some direction this evening, and I'm looking for help here from anybody. We don't need action, but maybe we could give that direction to continue to go out and get information for future operations, and some of that direction will include revenue and expenses, like Councilmember Fugazi was asking for. Is that anybody okay with that, or not okay with that?
I think that's a good idea, and I'm open to be there for anybody to ask me questions of what I'm looking for too, right, along the way, so we don't miss the mark on what maybe Councilmember Ramirez or myself is looking at to help move this forward, and when we have to make that next decision.
And think outside the box. I mean, that's what I want to empower staff to do, is to, think outside the box and bring, could we do kind of a hybrid where it's swimming lessons and open swim during the week with just the big pool, or swim lessons in the small pool, but not have the slides operating during the week, but on the weekends when more people, then staff it and bring up the staffing and spend the time, looking at the slides or whatever. I mean, just creativity, right?
So can we offer a lifeguarding class to council members?
Oh, I would take it.
I'll re-up. I used to be a lifeguard too.
Yep.
Yeah.
You bet.
All right. Thank you very much. I think you have direction from us. Appreciate the incredible presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along. 8.2, Sharks Ice update, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is an update on where we are at with the Gilroy Ice Center. We've been working on this off and on for since I believe about 2019 when the idea was first broached. COVID, we're still blaming COVID for a lot of things, but it's definitely true. So I thought I'd start you back with where we started and where we're at, because it'll give you an idea of what some of the challenges, especially the Sharks, have had in developing this project. First and foremost, that's what the rendering is for now. And one thing I wanted to point out is that these are the future expansion of the sports park. And that's a very important thing to understand today, because as we're looking to build this multi-million-dollar facility, you at the same time have the ability to invest in the park to make sure that the next phases are ready to go and have the same opportunity as the first 3 phases have had. So we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Okay. Really, the start of this project was in 2022 when the Sharks and the city entered into a term sheet. And that term sheet said that we will work together to create a 100,000 square foot facility with 2 NHL-sized rinks and 387 parking stalls. That was the first kind of step to formalize this process. The owner of this facility is the city of Gilroy, and the operator would be Sharks Ice LLC. In 2022, the Sharks felt that this project would cost around $30 million. And the financing plan was for the city to issue taxable municipal revenue bonds and that the Sharks would be responsible for debt service payments, which they got the money for the debt service payments off of the revenues of the facility, and they would also back it with a 2-year line of credit. That was the term sheet in a nutshell that would happen in 2022. The responsibilities for this was for the Sharks. They got all revenues from the facility, but they made all debt service payments and bonds, and they took care of all costs associated with operations, maintenance, repairs, and capital improvements. And during COVID, when most of their rinks were closed for a year, year and a half, and 2 years, they made all debt service payments and all operational payments to their partners. So they had a good track record with this. In 2023, 2 years ago, the city entered a consulting agreement with the Sharks, and their responsibility was to establish the design and renderings. That picture that you saw before, they led that effort, and then they were going to get us to the procurement process, which we paused that process to go to the ballot in 2022, in order to, we paused that in order to go to the ballot in 2022 to get the design build process. So that is another reason why the project slowed down. So the consultant contract was for $270,000. I believe it was around $10,000 a month. And so since that time, the design and the analysis and all that have been primarily done by the Sharks with some assistance from a special assistant to me, a former public works director, and now John Dowdy is here to help as well. So that is where we started with them. Their responsibilities in 2023 was to establish design and renderings, to procurement process, and then project budget. So I highlighted project budget because that's where we're at right now, is project budget. And then the next 2 would be for the preparation of long-term lease agreement and then for paying of the outside construction manager. So they'll hire the person who actually runs the project. The city's responsibilities in that 2023 reimbursement agreement is we paid half of the architect cost. And the reason why the city paid half of the cost is because if the project never went anywhere, it never got financed, it never got built, the city would retain all the building plans and design features that we could use at some point to restart this process. And then a part of that agreement, we provided the support services, the planning department, CEQA, permitting, the preparation of bidding documents, and then the construction of public improvements. And public improvements is what we're going to focus mostly on today in this update. The construction of public improvements evolved around several places. City responsibilities was the Monterey Frontage Road widening and potential land acquisition. So that property that is there along the frontage road, we have been discussing opportunities to use part of that property, and so that's been ongoing. And then traffic signals at the Monterey Frontage Road, Church in Luchessa, and Monterey and Luchessa. Excuse me. And then one of the big pieces that we have found is environmental mitigation. That sports park is in a floodplain, and putting an impermeable building requires some earthwork and some adjustments. And then all of the utilities for that facility, which is water, wastewater, and storm drains. So at that time in 2023, the thought that the city's contribution, which is no general fund dollars, its impact fees, would be about $5 million at that time. And going back to that first picture, these public improvements that the city would be paying for would benefit the rest of the park through time. For example, there is a drainage pipe or culvert or something that needs to go through the middle of the entire property in order to, to continue its development. That would be part of this project because of already the mobilization you have out there. It would be the time to do that. So the schedule was close to the original plan until April and May of 2024. And at that time, the Sharks had begun looking at a larger facility. They had some thoughts and ideas of other hockey opportunities at the junior or even professional level, and so they wanted to look at more seating and perhaps some other amenities that would make that facility more desirable for not just recreation and adult hockey, figure skating, and the such. So they began that process of adding additional seating areas, which required more environmental analysis. Over that time, the Sharks and City had spent considerable amount of time discussing alternative purchasing processes to save time and money. And then in January 2025, the Sharks and the City determined the need for an independent cost estimate due to the previous number of, in 2022, of $30 million. The Sharks nor the City was comfortable with that number due to, unforeseen things in the construction industry. There was also the potential for additional earthwork, and we've talked about a few times about the understanding of the farmland and that it's been farmed forever and not knowing what exactly is in the dirt, and that could necessitate dirt being brought off-site into that facility, which is an extremely costly adjustment. And so the independent cost estimate is expected to be completed in mid-July. And so when we look at how the cost estimates have gone, let's go back to 2022 when they provided an estimate of $30 million. In 2024, the architect provided an estimate of $59 million. And that was not deemed a reliable number by the Sharks because architects are not essentially qualified to determine construction cost. So the Sharks believe that the project could be built for less cost and have been reconciliating those estimates. That is the only thing we are waiting on right now, and we have been told that the Sharks will be done with that number in mid-July next month, 2025. Since 2022, construction cost index increases 13.4%, 9.3, 9.4, and then 2024, 2.3. And then, of course, there's been higher interest rates. So those have been the challenges, especially when, getting cost estimates. The other area that the cost estimator who put these together has automatically put in cost per tariffs and items like that that are variables, and ones that I believe the Sharks think that they can adjust to bring that number down. So that number is very important for the council going forward, because we do believe the $5 million that was originally there a few years ago is more likely going to be close to $10 million. And so that is for the parking lot and site work and getting that facility ready. But again, there are financing opportunities that are not general fund. We do use impact funds for these types of projects, and so there will be a point in time where the budget is finished by the Sharks and then the conversation with the council returns. And that's where I'll give you the next steps. Sharks complete the reconciliation of independent cost estimates, and they give us the number. They give us the number what they think it is. And at that time, the city takes over that number and determines a financing plan. The Sharks, up to this date, have committed to paying for the construction of the arena, but all of the enhancements in the area, the utilities, the site prep, and all that around the facility are still the responsibility of the city, which was included in that original term sheet. So then the city will establish its contribution. And if it's $10 million, then our finance director will work to determine a financing plan for that. And as I said, we have some ability to use impact funds for utilities because we are an expansion of service. We are expansion of facilities. Then we will continue to talk to our financial advisors about the bond market, which is not the same as it was 2 to 3 years ago. And then once we have those in place, then we will bid out the project. And that's where I put in there specifically significantly variable. That number is really kind of your test to let you know what this is really going to cost. And at that point, that's where I think both entities have an exit ramp, if that is what they so choose, that the bidding comes in at such a level that the project is not feasible. The city could decide at that point not to go forward, and the Sharks could
could as well, excuse me. And so that is next in the step. And then the award of the contract, which is a design-build contract. It will save time, it will save money, but what that savings is, nobody will know until it is bidded out. And then lastly, the city enters into a lease agreement with the Sharks. So that concludes my update. That's the rendering that we have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Councilmember Klein?
The dirt issue went away, correct?
Yes, the dirt came back good, so that saved a lot of money because then that $10 million estimate might have went up to $20 million.
Can I just piggyback off the dirt?
Sure.
And did that dirt was both for flood issues as well as farmers' use issue as well? You mentioned that, because the land had been farmed and there might be issues. So the soil testing covered both of those issues? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they did soil analysis for drainage and also for environmental concerns about what's in the dirt. Yes, the dirt is fine.
Councilmember Hilton.
I just want to make a comment back to this council that maybe since we're all new in these positions, and that was a great update, that was a lot of more information than I even knew what was happening, that maybe we should get an ad hoc council group back together to start having these conversations outside of the staff work stuff, but just relationship conversations, like keeping this thing going, letting them know that this council really wants this, being that voice for the community. I actually do agree with you now that might be needed. I feel this slipping away a little bit, and I don't like that. I don't like that feeling, so I'm gonna leave it there.
I got just a couple of questions. So the off-ramp part of it that you mentioned, what would be your roundabout estimate of our sunk costs at that point?
I would say our sunk costs right now are mainly in the improvement of amenities around that park, which have to be done regardless at some point. You have 9 phases of the master plan for that park. You're on phase 3. If you ever hope to get to phase 9, you're going to have to put in new signal lights. You're going to have to fix the frontage road. So the sunk cost, or whatever that's cost to date. So I don't have the exact number, but that gives you a sense of the work that's been done. The second sunk cost is, of course, city time, city opportunity cost, but then the 50% that we're paying for the architecture fees, which is it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, would be the main. But as for a big ticket item that we have paid for so far, there really hasn't been one.
The utilities and things that we need out in a sports park like that, are they different because of an ice center as opposed to having some soccer fields? So we would be paying a little bit more to structure and facilitate that kind of an entity as opposed to other things, right?
Absolutely, yes. Ice rink has chillers, dehumidifiers. It is a big box of its own environment. A lot of utilities.
Right.
That wouldn't be needed for soccer fields.
That's what I'm saying. So the amount of impact fees that we would use to do what would be considered normal sports park stuff would be probably far less than we are for this ice rink. So we wouldn't want to get ahead of our skis necessarily on that, I would assume, right? Okay.
Could you go back a couple slides, sorry, and you talked about it right there. So where it says Sharks complete reconciliation of independent cost estimates, and then develop this reconciliation, and then it starts into city's contribution. Well, are you suggesting that the city's contribution is anything above and beyond $30 million, which was the original estimate of the building?
No. What I understand to be at this point, and again, the Sharks have their own off-ramp too, so we're not the only ones, but they come back with that cost estimate, and it's X millions of dollars. There could be a situation where they said, wow, this is not what we thought it was going to cost. I can't speak for them on that one.
Yeah.
But the city's contribution will be on top of whatever that project cost. So,
like the $10 million, plus or minus.
Yes.
So I'm assuming you're still in regular communication with the Sharks? And have they indicated at all, one way or the other, that, we're getting a little nervous here with these costs, or we still really believe we can get this?
We check in with them every other Monday, and I talk to John Gustafson, who's the senior VP of the Sharks, and they continue to say we are coming to Gilroy.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
That's good to know. Sorry, I'll have a comment. That is good to know, considering that the construction cost index is up 35%,
Right.
and they know that. So suppose that's good for me. I'm really looking forward to mid-July to see what that number is.
Yeah, and with the cost of money as well, being up as significant as it is, that could be a 50% increase in your lease payment.
So, would they be coming back July 28th? I mean, would we get an update then as far as, at our next
Yeah, I've been
meeting?
told that estimate will be done at the middle of July, so staff can come back at the end of July with again, another update.
Okay.
Just like we've done here.
And I'm glad that you agree, because I do believe we need to get an ad hoc committee to continue this relationship with the new set of council.
You guys okay waiting for July 28th to continue that conversation?
Yep.
Yeah, same with me. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Wait, did I do public comment? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Here I go again.
No, but we don't have
Public
any comment.
comment.
We don't have any speakers.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item number 9.1, introduction of new business, acceptance of a one-year agreement with Santa Clara County Communications for emergency medical dispatching. Chief Liat, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm just here tonight to request an approval of a one-year agreement with the Santa Clara County Communications for the continuation of the emergency medical dispatch. This is the agreement that's been in place since 2003. The reason that we're here is they've had some restructuring of their fees. So the fiscal year 2025, that was about approximately $92,000, and the fee structure increased. And we were able to negotiate a fiscal year 2026, and that pushed it over $100,000, $100,800 to be exact. So to continue with that contract or that agreement that we've had for the last 22 years, I'm here to ask for the continuation of that one-year agreement with the County Communications Center.
Comments, questions?
I'm going to have a little bit less filter than Chief Liap had about this situation. This is typical county practice to have something, especially I'll point out the animal control contract started a certain number, and then in a couple years it's tripled or quadruple. This is something that all cities that participate in this service are upset about, that it was essentially given to us at the 11th hour with very little discussion and the expectation that we would go from $80,000 a year to into the 300s. So the response from the county was that, well, we'll slowly increase this rate over the next couple years. And so we found ourselves in a position not really to have much of a choice, and we still may not have much of a choice at one day, but I hope we do this somewhat kicking and screaming, that their methodology of full cost recovery is constantly inconsistent. And if it was cost recovery 2 or 3 years ago, then why isn't it cost recovery now? And if you were that bad in cost recovery the previous few years, you're really putting it on everybody who's using this service to make up for your mistakes. So that's...
I have a question about that. Do they not get audited at all?
Well, cost recovery is not really an audit function. When you do cost recovery, you're deciding how much and what pieces of cost recovery you want. So if you really want to, you can continue to add other pieces to that number to obtain more cost recovery. Like say, for instance, if we were to charge somebody a service from the city, we may cost overhead of 10, 15%, but why not 25%? And I think that's what we're seeing here from some entities.
And to be clear, the way out of this is to start our own ambulance.
Correct.
Is that correct?
The way we're officially negotiated was this is a fiscal year 26 cost. 27 will increase to about $170,000, and 28 it will be the full price, which is $308,000, and that is just for the EMD, emergency medical dispatch component of that service that is provided. So the only other way to get around it, and like Mr. Forbes said, there's other cities, fire departments, and agencies all dealing with this cost, would either pull that component back and do it in-house, which has its inherent cost, from training, staffing, and just that workload on the existing communication center. So this is a cost that is coming. And so what we do, we have a plan in place study and start talking about it. So that's what we've already started to do. But this is just a 12-month plan for us to buy some time and just kind of see what the feasibility to continue with the agreement, to contract out, to bring it in-house and try it within the Gilroy Communication Center under the police department.
So
Councilmember Ramirez?
would you anticipate with that analysis, would you be able to implement it within a year if it proved to be more cost effective to bring it in-house? Or like, what would that implementation timeline look like? If
So I
that's
can
the
tell you
case?
12 months would be extremely
tight.
I don't think it's doable. I
Okay.
think that realistically could be a 24, 36-month process. And a lot of that just has to do with the workload of the current dispatchers. There's 14 authorized within the police department's communications center. I think they're at 10. So that means they're already understaffed by 4. Being able to hire, recruit, train, and now you're adding the emergency medical dispatch component to that. That requires software, hardware. It's a pretty heavy lift for any communication center, let alone one that's not currently doing it. And then I have to figure out what the cost is, and that cost could be pretty steep for us too.
Would it be possible to partner, like let's say with Morgan Hill on that, so that some of the infrastructure could be shared, and then share the, rather than be continue to be beholden to the county and they're just kind of random increases?
So interestingly enough, Morgan Hill's in the same position we are. They
Right.
contract with the county
That's
for
what I
the
figured.
emergency medical dispatch. So yes, I've talked to their fire chief, and we've been trying to have some communications on what can we do, along with some of the other cities within Santa Clara County. What can they do, and what does a consolidation or regionalization of that communications process actually look like?
Okay.
So right now, while yes, Santa Clara County Communications does the emergency medical dispatch component, they don't do any of the fire stuff yet. So there are just some opportunities for us to kind of look at doing other options that are good for the community and what's fiscally responsible.
Oh, I look forward to hearing what you find. Thank you.
Well, Councilmember Hilton? So just a comment, and then maybe I'll go to public comment next. But my comment would be I would say most of this council wants you to be fairly aggressive on some opportunities, and don't be afraid to share with that along the way, maybe mid-year or something.
Absolutely. It's a good service, and if you aren't aware of the emergency medical dispatch component, that is the first step that our community uses to access the 911 system. So if you call 911 and it's not a police matter, it will most likely go through this process. It's a very important process for what we use. So I will absolutely, whatever updates or however I can keep you up to date with that process, I will.
Thank you. Public comment?
Yes, Mayor Council, we have one speaker, Ron Kirkish.
Not very well. Is that on?
What did you have, Ron?
Hello again, Council.
Bryce, could you restart Ron's time, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ron.
I really don't have any personal experience in what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say is what other people have said to me about the current level of service that we're getting from the county and our emergency vehicles. And what I'm hearing is it's not good at all. It's lacking a whole lot of stuff to service our city, and yet they want to increase the cost without improving the service. That is what I'm hearing, and I'm hearing that from several people. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no further speakers.
All right, so I think there's probably no further questions, so I'm going to entertain A motion to approve a one-year agreement with the County of Santa Clara Communications Department for emergency medical dispatch in the amount of $100,878 and authorize the city administrator to execute the contract and associated documents. Roll call, please. Oh, excuse me.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Bracco and a second by Councilmember Marks. Roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Boto.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It is 9:30. You guys know me. Going on to item number 9.2, approval and authorization to purchase real property located at 641 Old Gilroy Street, APN number 841-100-10 and APN number 841-100-28. Staff report, please.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Victoria Valencia, Economic Development Manager for the City of Gilroy, here to report on item 9.2, approval and authorization to purchase real property located at 641 Old Gilroy Street. This evening, Council is being asked to approve the purchase of real property located at 641 Old Gilroy Street for a total of $3.25 million and associated transaction costs for the purpose of expanding the city's corporation yard and utilities department operational space. Also, to authorize the city administrator to execute the purchase agreement and related documents, and to adopt a resolution amending fiscal year 2024-2025 budget with the water and wastewater funds for the acquisition of the property. The city's corporation yard, located at 613 Old Gilroy Street, houses essential operations for public works, utilities, fleet, and other city services. And that's here on the screen pictured in yellow. Over time, the city's operational demands and service levels have grown, resulting in space constraints at the existing corporation yard. In particular, the utilities department does require additional space to support equipment storage, materials, staff, and operations necessary to maintain current services and prepare for future growth. The current yard is 4.48 acres and is zoned general services commercial. A property located immediately adjacent to the existing corporation yard at 641 Old Gilroy Street, pictured up here in purple, is now available for purchase. The site currently contains warehouse space, 2 drive bays and offices, front office and administration building, and a side wash bay. Combined, the total acreage is 6.07. This property is uniquely situated to allow seamless expansion of the existing yard with little to no impacts to daily operations. It would require no major site redesign, infrastructure improvements, or off-site travel to integrate the two sites. The city can easily remove existing fences or barriers to create a unified, expanded facility. No nearby parcels are currently available, identified, or will be available in the near future. Buying this property supports the city's long-term planning and will make the work our utilities and public works teams do more efficient. Looking elsewhere, we'd likely face higher costs for land, permits, and construction, and depending on the location, we could see impacts to daily operations. Staff recommends that Council approve the negotiated purchase of the property for $3.25 million. As part of the terms, the agreement does include a 6-month leaseback, giving the seller time to conclude their business, dispose of personal property, and vacate the site. The city will take possession on or after January 1st, 2026. Including the leaseback provision in the purchase terms ensures the city's